The state junior is just something else. You're seeing the best competition that you have heard about, and when you're seeing it up close, it gets your juices flowing.
This is where the growth begins, where the winning became a reality, and so the dreams started getting bigger.
Competing in the Texas Junior Amateur every year was the ultimate litmus test for me.
Growing up and playing junior golf in Texas helped me become the player that I was on tour.
We want winning locally to actually lead to national opportunities.
The Texas Junior Amateur was a major championship for me every year. It means something to be able to play in your state junior championship.
Be a part of something that has been going on 100 years is a big deal. And you think about all the kids that have played and all the great winners.
My opportunities, my dreams, my what could be is bigger than I ever thought before, and that's when it all begins.
The Texas Junior Amateur, the future starts here.
It is time for the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops from the beautiful Stonebriar Country Club here in Frisco, Texas, where the Championship Golf Network today will bring you final round coverage on the dike courses with the boys 15 to 18 division, as well as the Fazio course, 2 par 72 designs for these players here today. The girls division will play just over 6,000 yards, and you see that boys division, it's playing long, just over 7,000 yards on the dike course. We will have boys coverage coming up later on today. Those tee times just beginning as we speak. Big storyline this week on the girls division, it's Lois Lee who has a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard right now, 9 under par. She is 3 under today. We welcome you to Stonebriar Country Club. I'm Kendall Lewis alongside Kevin Porter of the Texas Golf Association. And Kevin, we have seen some incredible golf out here the first 2 rounds of this tournament. And how about Lois Lee and her performance today already, making an eagle earlier in her round?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Lois has played really well in rounds 2 and 3, following a round 1 score. But the eagle on 9, she had an eagle on 16 yesterday, so she's not afraid of holding out from the middle of the fairway.
We got a couple tied at 4 under in the boys division. We'll get to them a little later in the broadcast. And you see on your screen Lois Lee, who has that 6-shot lead for the tournament right now, 9 under par for the tournament, 3 under par today. And we're going to begin live coverage on hole 13 of the Fazio course. This is a par 4 that is one of the more demanding tee shots, Kevin, I think, on the golf course. With the further you hit this tee shot, the more narrow the fairway seems to get.
Correct. This hole's played the hardest all week for the girls division. Like you said, mounding on both the left and the right, bunkers all along the right.
This is Veronica Germain on the tee first, and she's quick to pick that tee up. Great drive there. Finds the center of the fairway.
And this par 4 is actually playing back into the wind, Kendall, and the wind's been a pretty big factor with this tournament for the 3 days.
Here's our tournament leader, Lois Lee, on the 13th tee. A beautiful drive as well as Lee. Going to trickle down the right side and maybe the first cut of rough here at 13 on the Fazio course. Couple of Lees in this final group. This is Eileen Lee, who posted rounds of 71, 72 the first 2 days. She is heading to play for the Fighting Illini, University of Illinois signee. And 3 great drives right there on this par 4 13th, Kevin, as we mentioned, one of the more demanding tee shots on the course.
Absolutely. Finding the fairways vital, especially today. That hole location is going to be over on the left side of the green, so they couldn't see the hole from the tee, but when they get down to their tee shot or their second shots, they'll be able to see it.
The girls 14 and under division delivered exciting championship golf at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur with talented young players from across Texas competing for a coveted state title. Throughout 2 rounds, the field displayed incredible poise, determination, and shot-making ability as the championship battle unfolded. Every round brought new storylines, setting the stage for an exciting finish. When the final putt dropped, it was Cheyenne Noe of Dallas who claimed the championship with rounds of 72-68, finishing at 4 under in one of the most dominating performances we've seen in the division. Noe's 4 straight birdies on holes 3 through 6 set the tone for the day, and she never looked back. The win is a significant accomplishment for Noe and joins Caitlin Papp, Grace Choey, Courtney Dow, and many other elite golfers as a champion of this Texas Junior Amateur. And take a look at Lois Lee's tee shot right on top of the drain here at 13. We mentioned it tried to trickle into that first cut of rough. And Lois Lee has been really steady today. We talked about it, made an eagle on 9 to close out a front 9 34, and then made birdie on 11, which is also a par 4. Veronica Germain, who's +1 for the tournament, a little bit of a shaky front 9 today, will play first from the fairway here at 13. And just short.
Yeah, that back left hole location, Kendall, is going to be difficult to get back there too. It's up on a perch and it's guarded by a bunker just underneath that green there.
And I think, Kevin, and you've played so many rounds here on this Fazio course, but par is a great score. If you can get out of 13 with a par, I feel like you got to be satisfied.
Oh, yeah. When the winds are blowing out of the south like they are in the summer in Texas, par is a great score to take and move on. And it doesn't get any easier after this, but
we mentioned that this whole playing 388, and the further you hit your tee shot, the more narrow the fairway gets. This is Eileen Lee, who will be next to play from the left side of this fairway. And I'll tell you what, the wind really swirling. We saw 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts the first 2 days of this tournament here at Stonebriar, and the wind similar today. It is dry. They are playing it down, and big thanks to all our rules officials this week as well.
yeah, Lois is getting help there from one of our volunteer rules officials we have out here this week, and they're talking through relief for an abnormal course condition, which is what that drain would be under Rule 16.
Lois with rounds of 70 and 68. Shot 4 under par yesterday, entered today 6 under. And we mentioned this is a major championship on the Legends Junior Tour as well. She was 6th in the Legends Junior Tour points race. And she's going to get relief from the drain. We'll go back to Eileen, left side of this fairway.
Again, that bunker guards the green. Just got to get it over there and onto the flat spot where the hole location is.
Yeah, good shot. As Kevin mentioned, that pin today, back left. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, there's about a 9-foot circle around the green for the flat spot. It looks like she might have just carried right down that hill, but she'll have an uphill putt right towards it.
You see Lois Lee taking relief.
Yeah, so under Rule 16 in abnormal course condition, the relief procedure is going to be to find the relief area defined by the reference point, which is the nearest point, no closer to the hole, and then she'll get a club length from there. And the key here is she's just got to take full relief from that abnormal course condition to proceed forward. No penalty at all here, just relief from something that's not naturally there.
Paul Marchard is our rules official with Lois Lee here at 13. Again, can't thank the volunteers and the rules officials enough for all that they've done this week.
So yeah, she took her one club length to the left there, dropped the ball within that relief area, and it bounced a couple times, but stayed within that area and didn't come into interference. So she's back in play, good to go on this one.
The ball might be just a tad below her feet on this second shot. Again, she's 3 under par. We mentioned the eagle to close out the front 9 en route to shooting 34 on the front 9. She had an eagle and 2 birdies. She actually bogeyed her first hole today. Began 6 under and quickly dropped the shot.
And Kendall, this shot's back into the wind, so it's going to really test her ability to flight it and get it back there.
And safely on the green. She's got a lengthy birdie putt from about 35 feet. And we mentioned tough pin. She'll try to get out of this 13th with a 2-putt par. And, of course, the 6-shot lead right now. Quinn Timmerman at 3 under. We'll be right back as we go to the 13th green after these messages on the Championship Golf Network. You're watching final round coverage of the Texas Junior Amateur.
Push-to-talk over cellular radio platform is the most reliable POC platform for business communications. Horizon uses the wireless networks of mobile carriers for instant voice calls to groups and individuals. Hytera provides a variety of POC radios for the Horizon platform, including handheld radios, mobile computers, and mobile radios for fleet vehicles. Hytera POC radios provide industry-leading audio quality, 24-hour battery life, and legendary durability for reliable business communications.
Eileen Lee, Lois Lee, and Veronica Germain, our final group today in the girls 15-18 division on the Fazio course here at Stonebriar Country Club. Kendall Lewis, Kevin Porter with you. And Veronica has found the bunker. This could be a tough up and down here at 13. Oh, and that one just flew back the opposite side of the green. So caught it a little bit thin, Kevin, out of that bunker.
Yeah, Long's going to go down the hill not a little bit, and then it's probably going to find some wispy grass if it gets far enough. The Fazio, of course, has a lot of that knee-high fescue grass that whips in the wind and can really play havoc if your ball does go sideways.
Veronica shot rounds of 70, 73. She was 2 under after the first day, 1 over par yesterday. And it's interesting. We are seeing that class of 2028. Veronica is a rising junior in high school by way of Houston, Texas. But, Kevin, you and I were talking about it off air before we began final round coverage today, that it's a really strong class, especially on the girls' side in that class of 2028. Even Lois Lee, our tournament leader right now, also a rising junior in high school.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of good competition and foster some good development and good players here in Texas.
Eileen Lee and Lois Lee both hit the green in regulation, so they've got lengthy birdie putts. The pin is in a tough location today, back left, and Veronica's blocked out from that tree right there. This is her 4th shot here at the 13th.
Yeah, Kendall, this is the lie you can get when you go wayward.
Oh, no. Going to find the bunker as it scurries across the green. So she'll be hitting her 5th shot back in the bunker. Just a nightmare of a hole for Veronica Germain, who, as we mentioned, shot 2 under par in round 1, 70, and then 73 yesterday.
Yeah, Veronica's had a good week. She actually was tied for the lead after the first round with her 2 under 70 on Monday. But definitely the junior amateur's all about playing, lasting the elements, and making it through 3 rounds. So
1 birdie, 1 bogey on the front 9. She shot 36, and then just a rough start to the backside. She made a double on 10, followed it up with a bogey at 11. She did get a stroke back. And look at this.
Yeah, Eileen Lee came right up the hill. I was down there earlier rolling some putts, and that's a makeable putt. You just got to give it enough juice to get up the hill.
Good lag by Eileen Lee there. She'll tap in her par. 5th shot for Germain from the bunker. And she'll try and salvage from about 20 feet away. Lois Lee, about 30 feet for birdie. This is our tournament leader, who is 3 under par in her round today, 9 under for the tournament.
Yeah, and this putt again, Kendall, uphill. It's going to try and go a little to her left, down towards that bunker, but definitely a makeable putt if you can put it on the right line and give it the right speed.
That one scurries about 3.5, 4 feet past, so she's got a little bit of real estate left to save par. She's going to put a mark on that, take her time, as 6th shot upcoming for Germain, who, as we mentioned, began the back 9 with a double bogey. Really good player, as we mentioned, rounds of 70, 73. Rising junior in high school out of Houston, Texas.
Yeah, and 13's played hard all week. I mean, even getting on the green, you're still not safe. So hardest hole, playing to a 4.79 average.
Yep. Only fitting we began our final round coverage on the toughest hole of the week thus far. We talked about the tee shot and how it's one of the more demanding tee shots on the golf course. This to save par for Lois Lee. Confident stroke. And Lee will stay at 9 under par, a 6-shot lead over the field here in the Texas Junior Amateur.
This putt should be straight, if anything, a little bit to her right, a little downhill, if anything, but.
And that was for 7, so a triple bogey for Germain, who will fall back to +4 on the tournament. Every year, the Texas Golf Association and Legends Junior Tour crowns champions, but these victories mean even more. 4 of our premier championships carry direct exemptions into USGA national championships, giving players the opportunity to compete on golf's biggest amateur stage. At the 117th Texas Amateur presented by Hytera, Bungo Lee earned the title and secured an exemption into the 126th U.S. Amateur Championship at Marion Golf Club. At the 105th Women's Texas Amateur presented by Hytera, Gia Alawalia captured the championship and punched her ticket to the 126th U.S. Women's Amateur Championship at the Honors Course, rewarding an incredible week of golf with a national championship opportunity. The next generation of stars also earned their chance to shine. Winner of the boys division at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur, presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops, will earn an exemption into the 78th U.S. Junior Amateur at Saucon Valley. And then on the girls' side, the girls division champion of this year's Texas Junior Amateur, presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops, will earn a coveted spot in the 77th U.S. Girls Junior at Old Chatham. From state champions to the national stage, these exemptions represent the next step in each player's journey. Congratulations to all 4 champions, and best of luck as they go on to represent Texas in USGA competition. And we go to this par 4 14th hole that is playing 348 today. Our final group makes their way to the tee box. And this is another demanding tee shot, Kevin. I think finding the fairway here is of the most importance on this par 4 14th. Any part of the fairway gives you a great look.
Absolutely. Definitely a gettable hole if you hit that fairway. You'll see penalty area all along the right side. The wind kind of sweeps off the right to the left, so the players are kind of battling that. The one thing you can't go into other than the water on the right would be those those bunkers on the left. Those they're very deep and they give you no shot.
Now, Lois Lee, the tournament leader who had a confident par on that tough 13th, is on the tee box here. When it's working, she finds another fairway here at the 14th.
Yep, right down the middle, and she's going to get rewarded with a good look into that green.
Now, this is Eileen Lee. If you're just tuning in, we have 2 Lees in this final grouping. Eileen has been so good. When you look at the points, is top the girls division on the Legends Junior Tour, 2 under par for the tournament. Oh, and this one heading left. She didn't quite like that tee shot there.
Yeah, left can be trouble. The mounding between 14 and 13, the hole they just played, is full of fescue and wispy grass. So tough spot to come in from if that's where it.
And Veronica Germain trying to get one back here on the 14th. it's going to find the rough here on the par 4 14th. They'll make their way up the fairway, this final grouping. And again, Lois Lee, if you're just tuning in, 9 under par, 3 under par on the day. Beth Brown, the Senior Director of Athlete and Program Development, as well as the U.S. National Development Program, joins us now on Championship Golf Network. Beth, we really appreciate you taking the time to stop in the booth with us today.
Yeah, Kendall, it's just an honor to be here to help the Texas Golf Association celebrate, a wonderful 100th anniversary for the Texas State Junior.
Absolutely incredible event. So we're watching some incredible young players this week. How important is junior golf to the future of the game, as well as the TGA and helping create opportunities for these young golfers to develop and succeed?
Yeah, it's really important. I just have to say I got the honor to start the girls this morning, and just watching them tee off, I was just like, man, I need to go practice. But it's super important, right? It's a great opportunity for them to learn to compete with each other and really elevate each other's games. And if you talk to any player that's at the top of the world in golf, they all started locally. They all started in their state. And what a just incredible state with a history of great junior golf you have here at Texas.
Oh, no, without a question, some huge names that we're going to get to a little later in the broadcast. We've talked so much throughout the broadcast and this week about the pathway that's available to junior golfers in Texas. Can you share how players process the various opportunities available in our state and where the Texas Junior Amateur fits into that journey?
Yeah, well, I'm here. I get to represent the United States National Development Program, which is the initiative of the USGA, and Texas is instrumental as we're the base of our program, right, is starting at the state level. And as many people may know, or they're going to know now, right, is that Texas is on board. Team Texas is here to stay, and will announce their first ever team December 9th, I believe, later this year, right? And so it's really foundational in our pathway and our pipeline, working from the state level to regional level to national junior, all the way up to young professionals, with these opportunities that we're providing across the United States for young junior golfers.
Veronica Germain is in the left rough here at 14, just over the bunker. And this could be a tricky shot, Kevin, with her stance and the ball maybe being a little below her feet.
Yeah, and everything, whenever the ball hits the ground, it's going to want to go right. It's going to go to the water. There's a bunker between the putting green and the water up there by the green. But once this ball hits the ground, it's going to want to go right.
And trying to trickle up close to the green, and pretty good shot with that stance, I'd say, right there in the rough.
Absolutely. Yeah, 14th green's a little perched up and elevated too, so running it up, you've got to have enough juice to get it up on top of that shelf there.
Eileen Lee has found the cart path here left side on this par 4 14th.
Yep, same relief procedure as the last hole with Lois. We're talking about an abnormal course condition with that cart path, something that's not naturally there. So Rule 16 is going to step in. We're going to find nearest point of relief. We're going to get Eileen back into a position to play a golf shot, and we'll continue forward.
Paul Marchand, this is back-to-back holes. The rules official who's had to make a ruling, and we're receiving word, Kevin, that he did not have to make a ruling all day until we started final round coverage. So how about the CGN effect here coming into play on the 14th? So we get back-to-back rulings, and Paul Marchand's getting some TV time in this final round on the Fazio course.
That's pretty fitting. The old adage with the rules officials is always you're out on the golf course enjoying your time, and then every now and then you get 1 to 2 minutes of just terror as something pops up and a player needs your help. And most of the time it's relaxing, watching some good golf and enjoying the outside and the golf courses you get to go see. And then every now and then you get a golf ball in the middle of a cart path and someone going, what do we do now? So
Eileen Lee, who came into this tournament ranked 87th in the junior golf scoreboard rankings. She's had an incredible start to her junior golf, and as she closes it as a 2026 high school graduate. We talked about it earlier. She's heading to play for Illinois. She's signed with the Fighting Illini. Just an incredible junior golfer.
Yeah, and what they're doing here is they're looking for that nearest point of relief. So Paul's basically asking her to mimic a swing so that she gets full relief from that cart path. You get stance, swing, and lie there. So we're making sure we find the closest point where Eileen would be to where she would get to drop. And it's looking like they're deciding on the left side of that cart path based on her being a right-handed golfer.
This is going to be a tricky second shot for Eileen when they determine.
And she hasn't picked the ball up yet, so she's still entitled to play the shot if she would like to. So she might be measuring out, looking at a possible relief area, and then she'll still have a decision to make. Yeah.
We saw Lois Lee get relief off of the drainage area back on 13. And it's Eileen who is taking relief off the cart path here at 14. We mentioned the wind has been incredible this week. We had 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts at times yesterday, but steady 10-mile-an-hour wind. Temperatures in the upper 90s this week here in Frisco.
Yeah, so Eileen went through her 2 drops there. Ball rolled into the interference with the cart path, so she's now going to place it on the spot where she tried to drop it. They're going to find a spot where it'll come to rest. And then once that ball is sat, it will be in play, good to go, and she'll proceed.
Kendall Lewis, Kevin Porter, and Beth Brown here with you on Championship Golf Network. Our own Bobby Goldstein is on course. We'll go to him some today as well, following these final groups. And of course, folks, be sure to stay tuned. We will have the boys division coverage over on the die course coming up a little later here on the Championship Golf Network. Those tee times teed off later this afternoon, and it is a tight race in the boys division right now. Second shot upcoming for Eileen Lee here at the par 4 14th.
And Kendall, this whole location sitting right on the front of the screen, so she'll have a pretty good look at seeing that. There is water to the right that shouldn't come into play. There is a bunker to the right as well, but the hole's a couple paces on the front of that green, and that's the perch that she's looking to land it.
Ball jumped right, trying to trickle, maybe just a hair long. And I think it held up for Eileen. That's a really good shot with the ball below her feet. The Legends Junior Tour season began with one of its most dramatic finishes of the year at the 17th Texas Girls Invitational. Hosted at Horseshoe Bay Resort's Apple Rock course, the championship brought together many of the top junior girls from across Texas for 54 holes of competition. After 2 challenging rounds, a crowded leaderboard set the stage for an unforgettable final day. Among those chasing the lead was San Antonio's Dresden Bounds. Starting the final round 3 shots back, the class of 2027 standout steadily worked her way through the field with a combination of patience, precision, and resilience on one of Texas's premier championship venues. As the pressure mounted down the stretch, the Oklahoma State commit refused to back down. When the final putts dropped, she found herself tied for the lead at 7 over par, forcing a playoff to determine the champion. What followed was a battle of nerves and determination. 3 extra holes later, Bounds emerged victorious, capturing the Texas Girls Invitational title and etching her name alongside some of the state's most accomplished junior golfers. Her victory not only highlighted the depth of talent on the Legends Junior Tour, but also served as an early indication of a breakout season to come. From start to finish, the Texas Girls Invitational once again proved why it remains one of the premier championships in junior golf.
Yeah, Kendall, we actually hosted that at Horseshoe Bay earlier this year, and last year's junior amateur was at the same location. So a lot of familiarity there for the girls. Played in a different time of year in February, though, so it was a different wind and different elements and conditions, which made things exciting.
Yeah, Championship Golf Network. We were there last year, Horseshoe Bay. What a great facility, and the Ram Rock and the Apple Rock courses, the two courses that were played. Once again, Beth Brown is with us as well on the broadcast. And Beth, we're celebrating the 100th Texas Junior Amateur this week, but this championship is just one part of what the TGA does. Can you tell us a little bit about the mission of the Texas Golf Association and, of course, the role it plays in the state of Texas?
Yeah, I may defer to Kevin a little bit on the Texas Golf Association piece. I don't know if you want to talk about that, Kevin, and then pitch it over to me to talk about where that fits into the pipeline with the U.S. National Development Program and what you're doing.
Absolutely. We kind of carry on that same mission, but the Legends Junior Tour, the Texas Junior Amateur, is all about getting juniors to love golf. The Texas Golf Association, we run a lot of championships, but we are more than just that. So we're looking to just get people playing golf and loving the sport and kind of sharing not only our own passions that we all have for it, but getting other people to feel that same way.
Right. And I think that's, I work for the United States Golf Association, of which the National Development Program is a key initiative. And we're all about growing the game. So collaborating with the allied golf associations across the country, like the great Texas Golf Association that Kevin works with, and really just getting more people involved. The National Development Program is all about fostering future generations of elite players, right? Like we see this disparity at the top of the game with women's golf, especially, Kendall. And so that's the direction we're going, is to continue that pipeline, continue the great work of the allied golf associations like the TGA, and also First Tees across the country, LPGA, USA Girls Golf Programs, the PGA Junior League, et cetera. But we need to continue that support and really unify the ecosystem behind these juniors, especially those who are underserved. I mean, if they need support at the grassroots level just because they get better at golf, they still need support, right? And so that's what we're looking to do across the United States.
That's a great par for Eileen Lee, who had to take relief off the cart path after her tee shot. Here's your tournament leader, Lois Lee. Again, we're at the par 4 14th, and it's played tough as well. We talked about that 13th hole playing the toughest, but of course 14 is played over par at 4.25, has ranked one of the tougher par 4s out here this week. And Lee does it again. Side door is open. And how about the flat stick for Lois Lee in this final round, Kevin?
Yeah, that was a big putt. She was on the right line or level there. Putt went a little bit to her right towards that water, but a great putt, great make, and moving on to the final stretch here.
Veronica Germain will have a testy little 3.5 footer here. And solid stroke. We are through 14 holes of the final grouping in the Texas Junior Amateur presented by Edwin Watts Golf. We'll take a break on the Championship Golf Network. More from Beth Brown to come when we return right after these messages.
Last year, we were very excited to join for the first year, but doing it again this year, really the same core reasons, which are our company's made up of a large number of people who grew up playing junior golf and are passionate about golf and junior competitive golf in general. So to be able to do this and help provide a great experience with the TGA for the junior players in Texas is just something we love to do. And the juniors are they're our golfers of the future. They're the ones that'll carry our game forward. And it was a great part of my life and my children's life. And I want to be able to be part of every good thing we can offer the juniors that are playing today.
Unleash your swing at Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf with all the new Titleist GTS drivers and fairways. Find the perfect GTS driver to gain superior distance, accuracy, and ball speed. Book your fitting for the new Titleist GTS driver in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1968 and home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Back with final round coverage of the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship presented by Edwin Watts Golf, as the final group is through 14 holes today. That is Lois Lee, who's the tournament leader, 10 under par in an 8-shot lead over the rest of the field. We've got 3 at 2 under par in Michelle Lee, Jacqueline Zhang out of Dallas, Texas, and Eileen Lee, who is also a part of that final group that we saw salvage a par on the 14th, and they've got a long walk to the 15th tee box. Now we're going to take a look at hole 18, which finishes a par 5, and it's a dogleg right par 5 that wants you to finish with a birdie, a big fairway for the players this week, as you can see here on the Fazio course.
Yeah, it's a great finishing hole. You go back up the hill here at the Fazio. There's bunkers all along the right side, and they also guard the green up there. It's an elevated green. Hole location's kind of middle back left, and then once you get it up that hill, it kind of filters back to the hole and then fades off to the left. But some mounding around the backside, and I'm sure a congregation of people and some signage and some more rules things. But it's been a good finishing hole. And it's a good scoring hole as a par 5.
Well, that's hole 18 on the right side of your split screen. And, of course, our leaders making their way to the 15th tee box on the left side. And we will keep it on this split screen until this group here finishes on 18. Wanted to show you that dogleg right par 5 with the big fairway. And a great finishing hole for the players, as Kevin just alluded to, here at the Texas Junior Amateur Championship. This is the Fazio course. As we mentioned, we're going to show you the boys' coverage on the Dye course coming up a little bit later today. And Beth Brown is still with us in the booth from the USGA. So, Beth, you mentioned the U.S. National Development Program and how it works. Can you share maybe a little more about the program and how it helps identify and develop those next generation of players?
Yeah, thanks, Kendall. That's a great question. Well, I'll just back up just a little bit, because the big question we got right out of the gate is why.
Right.
And we're like, why not, right? What we know is that the United States was the only country of any significance in the world that has golf in the Olympics that didn't have a national development pipeline. We also know we're the only sport in the United States that doesn't have basically a Team USA. And so the genesis behind the program is to help put American golfers, especially as we're lagging behind on the women's side, to equal the playing field, to provide those resources and opportunities that other countries and other Team USAs are providing for their athletes. So we're super excited to do that, and excited that Texas is coming on as one of our first state junior team programs, and going to be announcing their team later this year.
Yeah, it's a great segue into the next question. Team Texas, part of the U.S. NDP state team initiative. So how will a strong state program like in Texas fit into the broader pathway for player development?
That's just a great question. Coach Zambry, who's our head coach, and I'm heading up all of our athlete and program development. As we're talking to our states, we're training coaches across the country in our work, and we're saying, hey, you all are the foundation. It's our first level. Yeah. And so we need to create that foundation across the United States with the state programs. We're going to have all 50 states on board. It's looking like by 2030, thanks a lot to the Masters Tournament charities helping us with fundings, all going toward athlete development and coaching and going to those states. And so it's essential that that state level be strong, right? That there's some structure with flexibility across the United States, because those athletes are going to soon have regional opportunities. In the coming years, we have a national junior team that they can aspire to. We have 10 this year, 10 elite amateurs, and we have some young professionals coming on board. And so we need to get these kids coming up through the states. States know their athletes best, and they're the ones identifying that talent for us, Kendall, right? And also anybody out there, if you got a kid, you've got somebody on your high school team, if you think that they've got it, right, you can go on our website, go to usga.org/USNDP, and you can submit your golf resume. More importantly, you need to aspire to focus on becoming part of your state junior team program first. But the states are instrumental in helping us build that foundation, bottom line, Kendall.
It's incredible, the 100th. You think of junior golf events, certainly one of the top in the country, in my opinion, when you look and 100 years of this great championship. So why are the championships like this one, so important for the development, in your opinion, of young golfers?
Right. Well, you talk to any great player, anybody who's at the top of the game of golf, and where did they start?
Yeah.
They started locally. They started in their state, right? And so just learning to compete, learning what they need to do to get better. Watching these girls tee off today, I guarantee you that each of them are going to learn from each other's game if they're paying attention at all. And then learning how to win, right? You need to learn how to win locally and at your state level, right? So you know what to do to win and compete as it goes on. We saw some littles out here, probably 4, 5, 6 years old out there. There was a clinic going on, and I was with Stacy Dennis, the executive director of the Texas Golf Association. We were in the car. She goes, "There's our future Team Texas right there, Dr. Beth." So all those reasons, that's why it's important, Kendall.
That's great. And I've been impressed with the turnout of parents and spectators for this week. Kevin, I know you can allude to that as well. This place today for final round is packed, and rightfully so.
Yeah, on top of it being the 100th, Kendall, it's the Texas Junior Amateur. It's our biggest in tournament throughout the year. 240 kids when we started on Monday, and we've cut it down to 70-ish. But yeah, when we crown a boys and a girls champion, it's a significant accomplishment that should be honored.
We're going to hear from some of our past champions, including Haley Jones, right now here on the Championship Golf Network.
I just wanted to say congratulations to the Texas Junior Golf Association and the Texas Junior Amateur on reaching its 100 years. We alumni, thank you so much for everything that y'all have done in our golf development and in our career. And I definitely wouldn't be able to be at this place in my career if it wasn't for y'all's roles and y'all's tournaments and y'all's events throughout my career. And I just thank y'all so much for genuinely making all of the tournaments so much fun and for allowing me to have some of the best memories in junior golf and providing me to meet all these lifelong friends that I'll have forever. And it's just memories that I'll be able to look back on. And thank y'all so much. For the future junior golfers in Texas, have so much fun in your careers. Appreciate where you are and the people you meet. I promise you it'll be memories you'll have for a lifetime that you'll be able to look back on, and friendships you'll be able to keep for forever. And even to this day, my friends that I've met through Legends tournaments, we talk about our memories as junior golfers, and it's something that we cherish so much, and it's friendships that truly do last a lifetime. So really enjoy it, and have fun, and good luck in all the rest of your ways.
I think you're going to be interested to hear from more of those past champions as we go along today on the Championship Golf Network. Final round coverage of the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship. Kendall Lewis, Beth Brown, Kevin Porter. We've got Bobby Goldstein, who is on course, who we will throw it to a little bit later on today. This is the final group. They're on the par 3 15th that is playing 152 today. And here's Veronica Germain, who is +4 for the tournament. Excellent speed there for Germain.
Yeah, this whole location, Kendall, on the back right there, 15, a medium-sized par 3 to a pitched green, so everything starts on the front and goes up into the back. So good at receiving shots. But with this whole location, there is a fall off on the back right that can make this difficult or take a golf ball down off the green.
This is Eileen Lee, who is in a tie for third, three-way tie at 2 under par for third right now. She's got a 1 under par round going today in her final round. And Lee will try and close things out here. She'll tap that in here at the par 3 15th. 1 under par 71 on Monday. She shot even par 72 yesterday. And here's our tournament leader, Lois Lee, who, as we mentioned, 4 under par in her round today and has been incredible on the greens this week.
And this one back up. This is that fall off area that she held up on.
Another confident stroke. Wow. Lois Lee, center cut here at 15. It just seems like Lois's confidence just continues to grow as this final round moves along. Jermaine to try to clean it up here at 15. Good putt. And so they will move along to the par 4 16th. It is one of the shorter par 4s on the course with that tough multi-tiered green.
Yeah, the 16th should be a lot of fun, Kendall. The 2 bunkers surrounding the fairway and then the one short of the green. The whole location's right on the front. So the committee has decided they're looking for excitement and fireworks as we finish here. So a good drive will get rewarded. It's all going to depend on getting up there and running up the hill and however the terrain takes it.
The Northern Texas PGA and its foundation have one of the largest junior golf programs in the country, with camps and introductory programs at the Ronnie Golf Park to the 4 tournament golf levels on the Ewing Automotive NTPGA Junior Tour. There's something for every young golfer, ages 3 to 19. The Ewing Automotive NTPGA Junior Tour hosts over 500 tournaments a year for all skill levels, building confidence, sportsmanship, and a love for the game. It's not just about competition. It's about creating lifelong golfers. You can learn more at ntpgajuniorgolf.com. And here's a look at the green map here at the par 4 16th. We talked about it. It's a short par 4.
Yeah, you can see that mound on the right there, Kendall, that'll really dictate what a golf ball is going to do when it gets up there. And that whole location is front left there, so it's very receptive, but it's all a matter of how it rolls off.
And it's got almost a massive false front. That's a tough pin today with this pin being up front in the green. It'll be interesting to see what our leaders do. Kendall Lewis, Kevin Porter, Beth Brown here with you on the Championship Golf Network. And Beth, we cannot thank you enough for taking the time. I know we're going to talk to you a little later in the boys division. And I think, this kind of leads me into another question. As you watch these players that are competing out here today, you talked about the younger kids that you saw on the putting green earlier in the broadcast. Like, what excites you the most about the future of the game, where it's headed, and of course, like the more and more opportunities that continue to arise for these young golfers?
I think what excites me the most, Kendall, is first and foremost is that we're going to give girls an equal platform. So in all of our programs, starting at the state level, it's 50-50. So right now, Texas is starting off with 20 athletes. They're going to have 10 young women and 10 young men. And the following year, they're going to be up to their max at 40, 20, and 20.
Wow.
We're doing the same at all levels. So this equal footing for girls. And then we're going to put our American golfers on an equal playing field with all the rest of the world, right? We're going to give them opportunities that the other countries are giving. And why are college coaches telling us they're recruiting internationals, especially on the girls' side? Because they're used to being on a team, right? They're more independent. So we're going to be giving our American golfers those equal opportunities. And last but not least is we're going to be giving them the resources and these underserved kids where there's no cap on their potential, right? We're not going to limit what they can do in the future.
How about those 2 tee shots here in the final group?
Yeah, Kendall, you could really see that mounding in front that kind of blocks the shots from running up if you don't have enough. So it's a short hole, but you still got to hit the shot.
Here's Lois Lee. Again, steady Eddie all afternoon long in this final round. And a good tee shot for Lee. And each of these will have their work cut out with the pin being up front today at the par 4 16th. Let's take it to hole 18, the par 5. We've got an eagle putt.
Yeah, 18's up that hill, and the green is that way. So any putt's got to get going.
Yeah, 18 is, we take a look at some of the course stats this week. It's a par 5 that is playing over par, just 26 birdies, 29 bogeys, and of course 7 doubles, and we've had a couple of triple or worse at this 18th hole this week. So it's been a tough hole.
Yeah, a lot of bunkers, elevated green. I think you've got 20 feet of elevation change going up there. So you've got to be precise.
Now we're going to run away from the hole a little bit. Last year, Honorine Nabuta Ferry of Flower Mound won the girls division of the Texas Junior Amateur at Horseshoe Bay's Resort's Apple Rock course. Nabuta Ferry's highlight came on the 16th when she holed out for eagle on the par 4 from 150 yards. She would go on to win the 99th Texas Junior Amateur by 6 shots, finishing at 11 under overall and securing her second victory in this elite championship. And how about that? With Championship Golf Network, they're live, holds it out on that 16th and just ran away from the rest of the field. And that was an incredible event. We've talked about Horseshoe Bay a couple of times today. 2 really tough golf courses for the girls and the boys divisions. And I know that they've been really good to you guys at the TXGA over the years as well, and numerous other events.
Right. And I mean, that's our big thing with 600 member clubs and almost 200,000 members. We like to travel around the state. It's not a small state by any means, but we love to showcase the differences in it all.
Final group here, the girls 15-18 division, making their way up the fairway along the par 4 16th hole. And all 3 with incredible tee shots here. Veronica Germain just short of this green. Eileen maybe 30 feet with a little chip. Not much green to work with. And then we saw Lois Lee, who hit last on the tee, is just right and maybe 25, 30 feet off the front right part of this green as well. And Germain will play first here on the short par 4 16th. just got hung up.
And you can see that mounding there,
Yeah.
Kendall, that just holds it up. It may be short, but that doesn't necessarily make it out of the woods when you get up by it. So,
and I want to go back to Beth while we've got the opportunity. Beth, I think my final question for you today is as you watch, we've talked about these players out here competing, as Eileen drops it in there to about 4.5 feet. What are some things that you're looking for, maybe just beyond the score and the scoring in this tournament this week?
Yeah, I was just talking with Sandra Haney. I think everybody knows, Hall of Famer, head coach of Team Texas.
Wow.
And we're looking for things beyond the technical and tactical. Our U.S. National Development Program Athlete Development Blueprint is developing athletes who thrive. And thrive is an acronym for training, health, relationships, individual development, values, and equipment. So it's a holistic approach. And I know that's what Team Texas is adopting. So, for example, a big thing that we were talking about earlier, we're looking for athletes that have the mental skills, right? And
Right.
What's the biggest mental skill of all? We could argue that for a while. I've been talking to a lot of college coaches. Ann Walker at Stanford, one of those, and we could put some money on that. Those athletes that can let go of the shot and move on the quickest and the most effectively, where they're present. We say, be where your feet are on that next shot. That is one of the most important mental skills. But those are the kind of things we're looking for, things around the mental game, kids who are athletes, right? Who can generate power and speed, but also athletes who are looking at, have this growth mindset, this attitude of, hey, I'm just not there yet. So we're looking for athletes. I was talking to Stacy and to Sandra Haney, kids who want to get better and know that they can get better, right? And so those are some of the things we're looking for beyond just, hey, so many great swings. I would love to have every swing of every girl I saw tee off today, but it takes more than just a good swing to get to the next level.
60 feet.
It's going to be
for
a quick
Lois
one
Lee.
here, Kendall.
Lee has left herself a little bit of work coming back for birdie after an incredible tee shot. And as you mentioned, that's a tough one to gauge the speed coming down that slope.
Yeah, that green is sloped that way, and the wind kind of funnels off the pond between 11 and 14 and to that green. So that green is exposed, to say the least.
Jermaine, this will be her third shot coming up. Her pitch got hung up on that fringe area. A good run at it there. She'll have that to clean up for her par. Well, Beth, we cannot thank you enough for taking the time, and we will let you get on your way. I know we're going to see you in the boys' coverage here in about an hour or so when we wrap up things in the girls. I really appreciate your time in the booth today with the Championship Golf Network.
Thanks, Kendall. It's an honor to be here and enjoyed listening to you. And Kevin, I'm going to go out and watch the girls finish.
All right. Thank you. That was Beth Brown, Senior Athlete Development Specialist for the USGA and U.S. National Development Program. And we talk about Team Texas and all the opportunities across the country that the USGA and these national programs are providing. As Lois Lee has this coming back for birdie.
Should be relatively straight, maybe a little bit to her right.
And just a tad offline, so she will make par here at the short par 4 16th, and a commanding 6-shot lead. She's still 10 under par for the tournament, 4 under through 16 holes today. And on her way to claiming the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship is Eileen Lee. Will be last to play out of this final grouping, even par in her round today. Solid stroke. We head to 17 in the girls division here on the Championship Golf Network. After these messages, we appreciate you tuning into final round coverage of the Texas Junior Amateur.
And longest battery life. H-Series handheld and mobile radios deliver industry-leading audio quality with AI-based digital noise cancellation and can be deployed on a variety of wide area and high-capacity radio trunking systems. Look to the H-Series from Hytera for the best value and performance in two-way radio communications.
To the par 4 17th we go here with Lois Lee at 10 under par on the tournament. Kendall Lewis, Kevin Porter, Bobby Goldstein on course today as they make their way to the 17th tee on the Fazio course, playing 360 today. Kevin, what stands out about this 17th, this par 4, with obviously water that comes into play, and you've got bunkers as well?
Yep. So water on the left off the players' tee shots. We're back into the wind a little bit. It's more from right to left here, so it's going to try and push it to that water. The big thing is it's a split fairway, but these girls have been hitting it well over the bunker and in the middle of that, so they haven't been too worried about it. But it does pinch up as you turn up at the top to about 20 yards wide in fairway. So they're looking to cover something about 200 yards over the landing spot and then have a shot into that hole location, which is kind of front right, so a little more accessible hole location today.
Yeah, the fairway does end at 224 on the right side, and of course that water can come into play at 213 from where the tee markers are today. And you've got that tendency of anything over the left side of those bunkers really wants to kick it into the water here at 17. I was out walking the course yesterday, and this is a tricky tee shot. We talk about this back nine with some demanding tee shots. This is certainly one of those. You cannot leak it too far left over that fairway bunker, or it will kick it down in the water.
Right. Yeah. The right side of that fairway to the left side, you're talking about 15 feet of elevation change and a big side slope there. So anything that mislands can definitely ricochet to the water.
Veronica Germain on the tee here at 17. A great tee shot there as Germain finds the fairway at 17.
And as far right as you can get it in this fairway, the best, so you can get to this hole location over on the right side of the green.
Lois Lee drove the green at 16 and a 3-putt for a par. Keeps her at 10 under par. And Lee on repeat with a good tee shot here as well. Going to give you a split screen of 18 par 5 finishing hole this week at the Fazio. Again, your leaders are on the left side of your screen with Eileen Lee teeing off. And our leaders making their way up the fairway here at 17 after 3 great tee shots. We mentioned a demanding tee shot. You can't leak it too far left or it'll kick it down in the water. Kendall Lewis, Kevin Porter, Bobby Goldstein on course with you on the Championship Golf Network as Lois Lee 4 under par through 16 holes today. And it just seems like, Kevin, she has gotten better as the week has gone on with 70, then a 68, and, of course, today en route to another low number in the red.
Yeah, you said it earlier. She's been steady, but she's also been patient and made birdies when she's had the opportunity. Obviously, a 3-putt par on 16 wasn't probably in the cards for her, but we'll see how she bounces back. She hit a good drive there on 17 as she's trying to make that home stretch back up the hill to the clubhouse at Stonebriar.
Again, that's hole 18 on the right side of your screen. That's a par 5. It's a great finishing hole here at the Fazio course. We're following along with this final group in the tournament leader, Lois Lee. They're at 17 and making their way up the fairway. And just an incredible week here at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship. Think of all the big names that have played in this event over the 100 years of this tournament, Kevin. It really is incredible when you look at, and we've already heard from Haley Jones. We're going to hear from many more that have played in this event and went on to do incredible things. But this really is one of the premier junior events in the nation, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about, like, these are the kids before they become big. So the Scotty Schefflers, the Jordan Spieth,
Yep.
They started here. So we stand by the future starts here with this event and like to showcase that.
Veronica Germain has 152 left in on her second shot, coming up at 17. And again, the right side of your screen is 18, the par 5. And Germain came up just short on 17 on the left side of your screen. Eileen Lee, her second shot on 17 from 129, and it's a good one. Eileen to about 8 feet for birdie here at 17.
Yep, she found a good spot there. A little landing area on the right side there. So long is bad on this one because you get short-sighted in that bunker up on that hill, and everything runs backwards. So this green lower on the front, higher on the back, so it's good at receiving shots from that fairway.
And Lois Lee, the tournament leader, found the rough with her tee shot at 17. She's got 113 left side of your screen. And on 18, we've got Dixie Mae Crane, Quinn Timmerman, and Jacqueline Zwang, who is the second to last group. And a good approach shot in from the rough there on 18. Back to Lois Lee, left side of your screen on 17 from 113 out. I don't know, a little hot. It came out of that rough from 113.
Yeah, a little long and left there,
Yeah.
so it must have flown on her a little bit there. But she's going to have a decent putt to take on to kind of lag up there for the par, but it's gonna break off of a ridge that's on the middle of that green.
Once again, folks, we've got boys coverage coming up on the die course here at the beautiful Stonebriar Country Club throughout Championship Golf Network's final round coverage. And how about that leaderboard? It is tight at the top with Caden Frierson at 4 under par, the tournament leader, and the 14-year-old phenom Isaiah Diaz is 3 under. Has made a charge. He's under par in his final round today. He is in the second to last group. And, of course, the tournament leader coming in, Mackie Beckett, who was 4 under entering the day. The Michigan signee is 2 over. That is going to be a fun finish. We're going to get over to the die course following the completion of the girls 15-18 division when we conclude here. And they are still really early in their round, not even through the front 9 of play on the boys division. Kendall Lewis, Kevin Porter, and Bobby Goldstein, who is on course with you on Championship Golf Network's final round coverage. And Jermaine's got a similar little pitch that she had back on 16, Kevin. Not a ton of green to work with here.
No, uphill again, so similar, but should run out once she gets it up there.
Good touch there. Well done by Jermaine. Once again, we look at the right side of our screen. That's hole 18, the finishing par 5. That is Dixie Mae Crane, Quinn Timmerman, and Jacqueline Zwang. And Dixie Mae Crane over on the 18th green, lining her putt up. Left side of your screen is the final group. They're at 17.
This putt should be pretty slow for Dixie. She's going to have to give it a little juice to get it up the hill here.
"46 feet for birdie for Lois Lee at 17. And Lois is going to leave that well short. And again, you think about it, she has been incredible all week with the putter. She did have a 3-putt. She drove the green at 16, 3-putted for par, and trying to avoid dropping a shot here at 17. Back over right side of your screen on 18, Jacqueline Zwang just misses her putt and will tap out to close out her final round. Incredible finish in the final round today. She had an eagle at 16, drove the green, and made an eagle 2.
Dixie Mae Crane's another one of those 2028 grads, Kendall.
And solid putt there for Quinn Timmerman to finish out a final round 1 under par, 71 today. A good finish for Timmerman, who is inside the top 5 on the leaderboard. Dixie Mae Crane in the blue shirt will finish out her final round, and that group played extremely well all week long as well. And those are players you're gonna hear about with Dixie Mae Crane and Quinn Timmerman, who is a rising senior Here's Lois Lee to save par at 17. And just lips it out.
Downhill and sliding to the right. That was a tough 2-putt all the way.
So Lee will drop a shot and fall to 9 under par after the 3-putt bogey. That's back-to-back 3 putts for Lois Lee. And Veronica Germain to try and save par here at 17. Little left to right breaker here for Germain. Good putt for Germain, and she closes out 17 with a par. So a 5-shot lead for Lois Lee as they make their way to the par 5 18th hole. That's a dogleg right. And, of course, big fairway that really gives you a great attack angle, I think, Kevin, into the green here at 18. It's a great finishing hole in the Fazio course.
Yep, 8 bunkers, and again, you're climbing up that hill back up to the top where the clubhouse is. So about 20 feet of elevation change once you get to the fairway and the landing zone up to that green.
There's a look at the green map presented by Strakaline. Once again, you're watching final round coverage of the Texas Junior Amateur Championship on the Championship Golf Network. This is our second year covering this event. Last year we were at Horseshoe Bay, Texas. Honorine Nabuta Ferry won the girls division. Incredible performance. We showed you the highlight of her holing out in that event a year ago on 16. And here's a flyover of this finishing 18th hole here at the Fazio course.
Yeah, Kendall, we're so excited to be here at Stonebriar and displaying the Fazio and the die courses for these divisions. Fun to be in Frisco, Texas, a thriving metropolis here in North Texas.
Well, we've seen a little bit of everything as Eileen Lee checks the wind on her tee shot here at 18. Really good golf all week. Eileen 1 under in her round through 17 holes today. And did not like that tee shot there.
The right side of this hole is where the bunkers lie.
Germain had a great par save back at 17. She'll try to find the fairway here. Again, any part of this fairway gives you a great angle into this 18th green, which is a great birdie opportunity for players. And great drive by Germain, who finds a fairway yet again. Lois Lee, the Flower Mound, Texas native, 9 under par for the tournament, a 5-shot lead. Here she is on 18. The final group will make their way up the fairway. Let's hear from some more past champions. How about Caitlin Papp?
I remember playing in the Texas Junior Amateur when I was either 13 or 14, and I won the girls 14 under division. And I just remember that win gave me a lot of confidence that that I could really compete well at the state level. And I think that just kind of gave me the confidence to kind of strive further and take my play in the state at the state level and take it to the national level. I would say to the up and coming Texas junior golfers to keep working hard, enjoy what you're doing, enjoy the process, and really Texas is like the best state to grow up playing golf in because you're exposed to all sorts of weather conditions, and I think you're truly in the best place to develop your golf games. Congratulations to the players competing in the 100th Texas Junior Amateur. 100 years of champions, the future starts here.
Big drives for the final group as they make their way up the 18th fairway here at the par 5 dogleg right 18th hole in the Fazio course. And it's Lois Lee who has been incredible in this final round. 3 under par today. And as we mentioned, closed out her front 9 with a eagle 2 to shoot 34. She's had a couple of birdies on the back 9 at 11 and 14. And then did have a 3-putt for a par on 16 in which she drove the green, and a 3-putt bogey back on 17. But that's really her only flaws of the week, Kevin. When you look at what she's done to the rest of the field the entire week, shooting rounds of 70, 68 coming into round 3 today.
Yep, steady play. The eagle obviously helps on 9, 100 yards in, and holing out is really a big boost to the score.
You look at that leaderboard with 3 at 2 under par. We saw Quinn Timmerman, Jacqueline Zwang close out on the par 5 18th a few moments ago. And nice finish for Timmerman and Zwang, who shot 2 under par 70s in their final rounds today. This is Lois Lee, Eileen Lee, and of course, Veronica Germain, who will play first. She's got over 270 yards left into this par 5 18th. And 3 wood in hand here on her second shot.
Bunkers along the right, leading up the side there. Just want to avoid those.
And it was close. Looks like she's going to be safe in the fairway. Well, Lois Lee had the biggest tee shot of this group. Big hitter off the tee. And I think that it's going to be incredible to watch Lois Lee, of course, only a rising junior in high school. And as she makes her way through the junior golf ranks, certainly a player that we're going to see at the collegiate level here in a few years. And when she makes that college decision, I think it's going to be fun to watch the rest of her. A lot more golf to be played for her with still 2 years left of high school.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Dr. Beth Brown on the call earlier, she's going to get a lot of points towards that Team Texas that we announced later this year and into next year, which we're excited for.
Eileen Lee, second shot, just shy of 240 into this par 5 18th. Wow, just short of the green. Excellent strike with the 3 wood there. And Lois Lee had the longest drive of the group here. 219 left into this par 5 18th.
And it's all of that 219 with it being uphill here, Kendall.
And going to come up just short alongside Eileen Lee. So excellent position for their third shots to pitch and try to get up and down for birdie to close out their final rounds here at the Texas Junior Amateur Championship. I want to give a shout out to Julia Bay out of this girls 15-18 division who had a hole-in-one on hole 8 earlier this week on the Fazio course. So when we talk about the incredible golf that we've seen all week long, and throw in a hole-in-one out of this field as well. So how about that for Julia Bay in the Texas Junior Amateur, and certainly one to remember here at Stonebriar Country Club on the Fazio course. So great second shots for the final group here with Lois Lee, the tournament leader, Eileen Lee, and Veronica Germain as they make their way up the 18th fairway. Again, folks, we told you how tight it was on the boys division. We're going to have the boys coverage on the die course coming up here on the Championship Golf Network. Our thanks to Stonebriar Country Club, proud host of the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship with 36 holes of championship golf, outstanding hospitality, and a commitment to exceptional member experiences. Stonebriar has provided a first-class stage for one of Texas golf's most historic events. Whether you're looking for your next golf home or a place for your regular foursome, Stonebriar Country Club is well worth a visit. Third shot for Veronica Germain from the fairway here at the par 5 18th. A great shot, great approach shot in there to about 15, 20 feet. So Germain will have a birdie look here at the 18th, Kevin.
Yeah, short of this hole and then to the left as much as possible on the green's perfect. It's going to be just straight uphill, straight putt that you need there.
And we saw the second shots of Lois Lee and Eileen Lee come up just short of this green. And both of those players with incredible length. And Lois Lee, her parents following along today, and interesting enough, both of her parents said that neither one of them have given her any golf instruction in her career as a golfer up to this point. And Lois with so much potential in the class of 2028. I'm going to walk up and take a look at this.
Yeah, you don't want to fly this one too far. If you go past the hole, it turns back downhill, so it gets a little slippery once you get by it, but leading up to the hole is perfect.
And Lois Lee, as we mentioned, from Flower Mound, Texas, and was inside the top 10 in the Legends Junior Tour points race as well coming in. Just a great junior golf resume up until this point, just 2 years into her high school career. Here's her third at the par 5 18th. Oh, nicely done. And she'll try to put an exclamation point on this 100th Texas Junior Amateur with a birdie putt from about 4 feet here at the 18th. Eileen Lee nearly reached in 2. Her ball just left of where we saw Lois Lee. So a little bit different angle on this pitch shot here, and she's going to pull the putter out, Kevin.
Yeah, the key, Lois hit it in a great spot, had a great leave, just leaving yourself a couple feet short, give yourself uphill putt for the birdie opportunity. The big thing is you can't go past this hole. If you go past this hole, then you're skating on thin ice.
That took a hop on her and works out perfectly. A little bit of work left, but she's got 3.5 feet for birdie here at the 18th. Right decision there to pull the flat stick here on 18, even though she had a lot of fringe and a lot of grass to putt through. Leaves it to about 3.5 feet. And we mentioned Eileen 1 under par today after shooting an even par 72 in round 2 yesterday.
Yeah, this putt for Veronica should break to her right a little bit as she rides around this ridge here.
Great speed for Jermaine and an excellent run at a birdie. She'll tap that in for par and close out her week here at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship. A really good player. You're going to hear more out of Jermaine over the next couple of years as well. So Lois Lee to get to 10 under par and for the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship. Just lips it out. She'll salvage a par here at 18 and finish at 9 under. What a week. A 3 under par, 69 in the final round, and will be crowned this year's Texas Junior Amateur Champion. Good stroke for Eileen Lee, and she will make birdie to finish 2 under par and fire a final round 70. Lois Lee, this year's Texas Junior Amateur Champion, with rounds of 70, 68, and 69 on the final day, Kevin. Just foot on the gas, steady Eddie all afternoon.
Yeah, 3 rounds under par in the heat, the wind, everything that element-wise could have been thrown at her. Difficult golf course, but Lois played sensationally all week and really, like you said, put that pedal down and just never really let up.
Lois is going to be a player to watch, a rising junior in high school out of Flower Mound, Texas, and etches her name in Texas junior golf history, winning the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship after bogeying the first hole as well. Kevin today fires a final round 69 on a course, as you mentioned, is playing extremely tough. Over 6,000 yards today for these ladies. And with the wind gust of maybe up to, at times, 20 miles an hour today and upper 90-degree temperatures, Lois Lee gets it done.
Yeah, well, started the day with a lead and bogeyed 1 and 3 right off the bat, so dropped 2 shots and definitely kind of felt some pressure there. But then she followed back with a birdie on 4, birdie on 7, and obviously the eagle on 9 really settled things down for her and extended that lead.
They'll make their way to the scoring tent here to finalize things at this year's Texas Junior Amateur Championship. Lois Lee, just an incredible week. And we appreciate you guys tuning in on the Championship Golf Network. There is so much more to come on the boys' side of things. It is a tight race with Isaiah Diaz, the 14-year-old phenom who is 4 under. Caden Frierson tied at 4 under as well in that race. We're going to send you over to the die course as soon as we wrap up things here. We want to take time to congratulate Lois Lee, as well as the trophy ceremony that will be coming up for this year's girls champion. And they're going to make it official in the scoring tent here in this final round coverage. Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by the Texas Junior Golf Alliance, a partnership between the Texas Golf Association and the Northern and Southern Texas PGA sections. Together, the Junior Golf Alliance provides a pathway for junior golfers through the Srixon Prestige Tour, the NTPGA All-American Tour, and the Legends Junior Tour, where they have the opportunity to compete, develop, and discover just how far the game can take them. The future starts here. Once again, our thanks to Stonebriar Country Club, the proud host of the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship. 36 holes of championship golf, outstanding hospitality, and a commitment to exceptional member experiences. Stonebriar has provided a first-class stage for one of Texas golf's most historic events. Whether you're looking for your next golf home or a place for your regular foursome, Stonebriar Country Club is well worth a visit. And once again, we just showed you the Fazio course. You're going to get a look at the die course here at Stonebriar Country Club momentarily when we wrap things up with our girls champion, Lois Lee, here on the Championship Golf Network. We're going to take a quick break. More to come with this year's champion, Lois Lee, in final round coverage presented by Championship Golf Network of the Texas Junior Amateur. We welcome you back to Stonebriar Country Club on the Fazio course, where Lois Lee finishes 9 under par, firing a final round 69 at 3 under on the Fazio course with Steady Eddie all afternoon. Championship Golf Network's own Bobby Goldstein is live right off the 18th green at the scoring tent with Lois Lee, this year's champion.
Thanks, Kendall and Kevin. What an honor to watch you today, Lois. It was such a pleasure. It's very nice to meet you. How great do you feel right now?
I feel amazing. It's like what I dreamed of, and it's like it feels like a dream right now. Yeah.
Amazing. I had the pleasure to meet your parents and talk to them, and I learned from your father that you've never gotten any lessons from them on the golf course. Only just you were kind of self-taught and had other teachers, and your parents self-proclaimed that they weren't able to help you with any of your instruction.
Yes, that is true. I have a great swing coach though, but other than that, it's kind of through like my own experience. Yeah.
So I did watch you from 12 on every hole, every shot. I saw your distances. I know you're probably a little bummed about a couple of those 3 putts coming in, but you played so steady, and I was watching your body language. you're so mature for, a junior in high school that you just have the ability to just kind of like keep it out of your head and just focus on the next shot. I know you got robbed out a couple of those. I want to ask you, though, about your drive on 17 and that decision versus laying it up.
Yes, it is a bit risky, but I knew I had nothing to lose then, so I just went for it, and I stayed aggressive.
You did, and it was a really hard putt, so I'm glad you got it close and you got it in a hole. And I know you were 219 on your approach shot. Did you just get hung up on the rough there or the uphill, or what was it that it didn't quite make? Because I know you can hit a 219 with your eyes closed.
I thought I could chip it up there and also have a good chance to birdie too. And I think I just decided to go safe, like about 200 yards.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. That was a great decision. I was curious. It was such a pleasure to watch you. Congratulations again on the -3 today. Great score in these conditions. And overall -10 to win on the 100th anniversary. Thank you so much for taking time out. I know you're going to go celebrate now with your family. Thanks for taking a few minutes with Championship Golf Network. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bobby. Lois Lee, this year's champion, 9 under par once again, rounds of 70, 68, and 69. And she etches her name in Texas junior golf history as the 100th champion of the Texas Junior Amateur Championship here at Stonebriar Country Club. We're going to take a break on the Championship Golf Network. Boys coverage coming up from the Die course momentarily. Stay with us on CGN.
Unleash your swing at Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf with all the new Titleist GTS drivers and fairways. Find the perfect GTS driver to gain superior distance, accuracy, and ball speed. Book your fitting for the new Titleist GTS driver in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1968 and home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
We'd like to convey to all of those watching that Edwin Watts and our brand really is committed to the future of golf, as the TGA is. But we feel like in doing this, we're passionate about all golfers, but juniors, again, the excitement they have and what it can mean to their lives in golf, but just in general, the learning experiences, the relationships they build when they're younger, the discipline, the time management, the work ethic, all of those things, we feel like are very important to support through golf, since, that's the world that we're passionate about. Well, we wanted to be part of the Texas Junior Championship again this year because the high quality of the event itself, and the great tournaments that the TGA puts on for the benefit of the junior players in the state of Texas. And you're right, we do get asked to sponsor junior tournaments all over the country at the local and statewide level. And we do a lot of sponsorships other than this, but this is one of our bigger ones for sure. And with the quality of junior golf in Texas and the quality of this event really is something we wanted to be part of for all the juniors that are participating.
Welcome back to Stonebriar Country Club on the Fazio course, where once again Lois Lee just finished as this year's girls champion, 9 under par for the tournament, firing a 3 under 69 here in final round coverage. Bobby Goldstein had a chance to catch up with Lois Lee right before our commercial break, and now it's time for the trophy ceremony and to present this 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship trophy to Lois Lee. And big thanks to everyone at the TXGA as well as the Legends Junior Tour for putting on just a incredible event. As always, last year we had the chance to cover this event when it was at Horseshoe Bay. This year here at Stonebriar Country Club, 2 incredible venues and 36 holes of championship golf. You've got your glimpse of the Fazio course, but we're going to look at that Die course when the boys coverage comes up. And we will
Good afternoon,
go down for the award ceremony.
For the 100th Texas Junior
Scott Davidson, Paul McMichael, and Rick Turner to present this year's championship trophy.
Parents, coaches, volunteers, and our officials, as well as the fans, for being with us throughout this incredible week. As the tournament director, I've had the privilege to work on this for the past several months. We've been a lot of excitement leading up to this championship, the history that goes along with 100 years. And I can honestly say that this has completely exceeded any expectations that we had. For the level of competition, to the sportsmanship displayed by these fine young women, it's been an unforgettable week and a fitting celebration for 100 years of a historic championship. Before we recognize our champions, I'd like to introduce several special guests who are joining us today. Help me welcome our Executive Director of the Texas Golf Association, Stacy Dennis. Senior Director of Athlete and Program Development for the United States National Development Team, Dr. Beth Brown. The Executive Director of the Texas Golf Hall of Fame, Allie Jarrett. And World Golf Hall of Fame member and the head coach of the upcoming Team Texas, Sandra Haney. Thank all of you for being here and help us celebrate this special occasion. Before we continue with some trophies, I do want to recognize our presenting sponsor, Edwin Watts Golf Shops. This is the second year they've supported this event, and a lot of the things that you were able to experience this week are because of the support that we got from Edwin Watts. So let's get a big round of applause for our sponsor, Edwin Watts Golf Shops. Their partnership really helped us elevate this experience for all of our players as well as our staff to make this 100th Texas Junior Amateur truly a special celebration. I'd also like to recognize and thank the members of my Texas Golf Association and Legends Junior Tour staff. Too many to mention, and they're all out doing other jobs, but they put a lot of work into this, not because they want to get paid, but because they love what they do, and they love being around competitive golf that you were able to provide for us. So thank you to my team. It's very difficult to pull off a championship like this if you don't have a welcoming host club, and we can't thank Stonebriar Country Club enough for opening their arms and their doors for us to come and compete on their golf course. The conditions were amazing. The staff was great. This championship has a big footprint with 240 players and probably 600 plus spectators coming in and taking over a parking lot and taking over a clubhouse, and they did it very well, and we can't thank Stonebriar Country Club enough, so let's give them a big round of applause. At this time, I'm going to invite our Texas Golf Association Executive Committee President, Rick Turner, as well as our Executive Committee member, Paul Marchand.
Thank you, Scott, and great job, you and your team this week. Awesome week. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Before we present today's awards, I'd like to just take a moment to kind of reflect on what we've all witnessed this week. 100 years ago, Texas held the very first Texas Junior Amateur Championship. Kind of let that sink in 100 years ago. Since then, generations of young golfers have walked the fairways across our great state, chasing the same dream. Many of the game's greatest players, including Ben Crenshaw, Angela Stanford, Jordan Spieth, and so many others, once stood exactly where you're standing today. This championship, though, has never been about just winning a trophy. It's about learning to compete with integrity, building lifelong friendships, and preparing young people for success both on and off the golf course. Looking around this week, I'd say the future of Texas golf is in very good hands. And that future was made possible through our partnerships. On behalf of the Texas Golf Association, I'd like to recognize the incredible work of the Texas Junior Golf Alliance. Together, the Texas Golf Association, Northern Texas, EGA, and Southern Texas PGA are committed to creating opportunities for junior golfers across our state, and this championship represents the very best of what partnerships like that can accomplish. Now, kind of on a personal note, there's a few around. I'd like to thank the many Texas Golf Association volunteers who have given of their time throughout this week and have traveled here from all over the state, whether serving as rules officials, starters, scorers, spotters, and countless other roles. Their dedication to the Texas Golf Association is what makes championships like this possible. So please join me in thanking all of our volunteers for their outstanding service. Thank you. Okay, now it's my pleasure to recognize our players. I'm going to start with 5th place, Michelle Lee from San Antonio, with a score of 215 at 1 under par. Michelle, would you come forward? Okay, there was a scorecard playoff. They were tied for 3rd, but Quinn Timberman from Bernie with a score of 212 at 2 under par. You come forward and accept your award. The 3rd place award will go to Jacqueline Zong from Dallas. Also a score of 212 and 2 under par. Woo-hoo! And 2nd place, Eileen Lee from Plano with a score of 213, 3 under par. And now for our champion, Lewis Lee from Flower Mound. Amazing score, 207, 9 under par. Whoa! Okay, you've also earned an exemption into the 2026 U.S. Girls Junior Championship this July 13th through the 18th at Old Chatham Golf Club in North Carolina. Congratulations on an extraordinary achievement and on joining an incredible list of champions who have shaped the history of this championship over the past century. At this time, I'd like to invite all our awards recipients to come up and take a group photo. Would you like to say anything to everybody?
I'm just grateful I get this opportunity to play in such a historic event, and thank you to everyone here and the staff here, and thank you for making this event such a special event.
Finally, before we conclude, Love to invite all of you to the championship next year. Start of a new century of Texas golf, junior golf. It's going to be the 101st Texas Junior Amateur Championship, be held June 28th through the 30th at the clubs of Kingwood and Humble, Texas. So thank you to all our players, your families certainly, our volunteers, officials, and staff and supporters for making this historic week so special. And congratulations to all of our champions, and safe travels home.
You know, I remember playing in that tournament back in high school. You know, it's just a great event. It kind of helped me develop who I am as a player now. You know, it's great competition. It's always at great golf courses. Knowing that I had the experience of playing in big tournaments in state to fall back on when I went to college was huge for me. I felt like I had a leg up because I had put myself in the fire.
Incredible that it's the 100th event. It's incredible that the game has grown like it is. And part of the reason is because this is the 100th event of the Texas Junior Amateur. It's amazing. Be grateful and thankful that you get to play in an event like that.
If I could give any advice to the next generation of Texas junior golfers, I would say play as much as you can. I mean, it's important to practice and you know, you need to hit balls and chip and putt, but you need to play in tournaments, whether it's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, play on your local level, play on your state level, and then, you know, you can play on the national level, but definitely play in tournaments. You need that competition.
Enjoy this journey. You're at the beginning of what could be an amazing lifetime of golf, whether that lifetime takes you to a professional player, a teacher, a coach, or just somebody who plays on the weekends with friends. What an amazing journey you're on, and we're really glad to have you as part of our game.
This is the biggest event in the state, and that means it's been deemed in the minds of the participants as one of their majors.
Good luck to everybody this week, and I would just encourage y'all to obviously compete to the best of your ability, but give yourself some grace as well.
Congratulations to the players competing in the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Good luck to you guys. It's just a big honor to be able to get to compete against all the best players in your state and the surrounding states. So good luck to you guys. I hope you all play well.
Congratulations to the players at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Congratulations to all the players that are competing in the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Good luck to all the participants coming up this year. I'm personally very proud of the Texas Junior. State Junior was big in my days. It's got a great legacy. Keep it going, and congratulations, and y'all play hard for that trophy.
Hey guys, Jordan Spieth here. Just wanted to congratulate you on playing. Good luck this week. It's 100 years of champions. You're the future. Can't wait to see what you guys do.
It is something exciting that you've pointed to all year. It provides a catalyst not only for playing the game, but seeing competition and learning to love it.
For 100 years, Texas Golf Association has been inspiring junior golfers who are now, lifelong golfers and members. When you think about the names like Angela Stanford or Jordan Spieth, you probably think about them today. But they were they were tying their shoes in the locker room just like you are.
I know the year I won, obviously I was confident that I was going to play well. Like all 100 years of champions have been confident that they're going to play well coming in. I would just remind myself to enjoy it. It's an enormous tournament. It's an honor to play for the Texas Junior Championship and a bigger honor to win it. But just enjoy the day, enjoy the week, hang out with your friends, get to know people better. You have no idea where the great game of golf can lead you.
Texas Junior Amateur, a century of champions, of legacy that continues.
When I won the Texas Junior Amateur in 1996, I think I knew I needed to continue to get better, and going to TCU and having Coach Angie help me along the way, I think the whole time I just wanted to keep getting better. So without the Texas Junior Amateur and those opportunities, I wouldn't have been the player that I am today.
Texas is like the best state to grow up playing golf in because you're exposed to all sorts of weather conditions, and I think you're truly in the best place to develop your golf games.
Every great player that you might see playing at a U.S. Open at one time was competing in their state junior amateur, or was competing at our U.S. junior amateur. And then their names sit on trophies there before they sit on trophies you might see on NBC or CBS. This is where the growth begins. And, it's really cool, like when you watch these commercials and you'll see like Scotty Scheffler as a junior competing, whether it's competing in Texas or competing at the U.S. Junior, and you realize that, that's where it really began. That's where the passion began. That's where the development began. And that's where the winning became a reality. And so the dreams started getting bigger.
Welcome back to Championship Golf Network's final round coverage of the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship here at Stonebriar Country Club. And it is time for the boys' coverage as we go to the 12T. What a tightly contested race it is. Kendall Lewis here with you, joined by Kevin Porter of the Texas Golf Association. Bobby Goldstein on course as well. And this has been an incredible tournament. Isaiah Diaz, 4 under par, has the lead by 1 shot. He is in the second to last group. And there was a holdup. We have a couple of groups waiting on 12T as we take a look at this par 4 12th hole. It's a short one. Driver can be the choice here, but it could leave a tough shot to an elevated green. I think, Kevin, I had a chance to walk it. I saw a lot of guys taking 3-wood on this hole yesterday.
Yeah, they've bumped up the tees. The play here is to keep it out of the bunker on the right. Definitely get it on the right plane with the fairway or get it up on the green. The hole location's cut in the right as well, so tough hole location for this one today.
Well, big rip there, and just short of the green that time. This is Isaiah Diaz, Brayton Verrett, and Adi Parmar in the second to last group here on hole 12 today. And they will make their way up this short par 4 12th hole and up the fairway. Kendall Lewis joined by Kevin Porter of the Texas Golf Association. Kevin, we're celebrating the 100th Texas Junior Amateur this week. And this championship, just a small part of what the TGA does for the state of Texas. Can you tell us a little bit about the mission of the Texas Golf Association and the role that it plays across the state?
Absolutely, Kendall. So the Texas Golf Association is all about serving everything about golf in Texas. Getting more people playing golf, and not just in competitions, but having fun, playing every day, joining a club, just getting out and experiencing this game in the way it's meant to be. We've got more than 600 member clubs. We're one of the largest USGA allied golf associations nationwide. We're almost to 200,000 members. And over the last 10 years, we've nearly doubled membership, which has been an awesome thing to see with our growth.
And many golfers know the TGA through championships or handicap services, but this organization's reach is much broader than that. What are some other ways that the TGA is serving golfers and growing the game throughout Texas?
Absolutely. We're very proud and honored to be a part of the Adaptive Golf Clinics. We've been with that movement along with USGA. We've hosted a U.S. Adaptive Open qualifier each year since its inception, so that's been a lot of fun. We do Project Muni, which is a really cool program where we give back to golf. So we're looking to give $1 million to local municipal golf courses throughout the state of Texas by 2029, and really just supporting them with any needs they may have that we can help elevate their courses and elevate the experience for people that get to attend those.
Here's a flyover look of this par 4 12th hole here on the Dye course. This course playing just over 7,000 yards for the boys 15-18 division. This hole today playing right at 313. So we mentioned driver can be the choice, but we've seen a lot of 3-woods, even long irons off the tee here to set up position on this hole. And this group here features Isaiah Diaz, who is 4 under par. He's 2 under par today. He fired rounds of 71-71 his first 2 days, and he has made a charge, 14 years old, trying to take home the 100 Texas Junior Amateur Championship. And there's a look at the green map presented by Strakaline. This is a tough green as well to go along with the demanding tee shot.
Yeah, Kendall, that whole location's cut over on the right there. So the little outlet that goes in the middle of that single bunker around there, it makes it real difficult. So it's enticing to go for it, but it's also penal if you do land one in that bunker and get a tough lie, or you find yourself on a side hill as you're trying to hit to this tight hole location.
This hole's playing just under par, 3.97 for the week. It's seen 2 eagles and 66 birdies. And then there's been a few big numbers, 11 double bogeys and 4 triple or worse. As we take a look at the boys' final round leaderboard, it is a tight one with Isaiah Diaz in a battle with Caden Frierson, who we will get to, is in the final group. From the fairway here on 12. Boy, just a touch long, really trying to attack that pin.
Yeah, and Kendall, you can see there the slope as it runs off the backside. That one luckily held up there for him, but missing this green is tough. You could hold up there, you could roll down into a bunker. There's no telling what kind of lie you can get.
That was Isaiah Diaz, the Del Rio, Texas native, who was in the lead at 4 under par for the tournament. Braden Verrett out of Farmers Branch, Texas, has found himself in this bowl about pin high here at 12.
Yeah, Kendall, we got to experience this as we started our broadcast with the girls. So Braden's hit his ball next to another abnormal course condition with that drainage. So he's taking relief under Rule 16. He's finding that nearest point, giving himself a club length, and then he's going to drop it, get it back in play, and move on.
And we saw that our first 2 holes of coverage, if you were with us earlier on the Championship Golf Network, featured relief, one off a drain and one off the cart path. So
you can see the elevation change around this green and the surroundings. It's tough. You got to be careful with this because there's not a whole lot of room behind the hole or around the hole with where the hole location's been placed.
Braden Verrett, +1 on his round today. Tough chip shot coming up here at the 12th. And just going to trickle over onto the fringe. Kevin just alluded to that elevation change. That's a tough chip shot from where he was down in that bowl.
Yeah, it's a flat little area, but it is designed to be the small outlet over there, and the committee saved it for Wednesday and using it on this last day.
That's Adi Parmar. His brother Shiv Parmar won the boys Texas Junior Amateur Championship a couple of years back, and now at Texas A&M. Incredible prep career, and now at the college level.
Yeah, Adi's played a lot with the Legends Junior Tour over the years, sometimes with his brother, and they, along with competing against the field, they often competed against themselves, very much so.
Adi's got a look here at birdie on the par 4 12th.
Yeah, this putt's going to be quick going to his right.
It just ran away from Parmar there, so trickles onto the fringe. And this pin location giving some problems to this group here on the die course. Again, at front right pin location today at the 12th, a short par 4. Here's the tournament leader, Isaiah Diaz. Oh, just slips it.
That was a good roll on that one, Kendall.
I mentioned 14 years old, playing up this week. Just a rising sophomore in high school. Does not turn 15 until this month. So Adi Parmar will have this to try and save par.
Kendall, these putts should be pretty straight, maybe a little bit to their left here, but definitely makeable views from this point.
Adi Parmar, as we mentioned, just a mainstay. His brother Shiv won this championship a couple of years ago. This for par. Oh, sweet roll off the fringe. He saves 4 here at the short 12th. And he will stay at 1 under par in a tie for third. Verrett got a look off Parmar and does the same thing. Wow, 2 incredible par saves here on the short 12th hole. This for par for Isaiah Diaz, the tournament leader, and taps that one in. Great up and down for Diaz. He will stay at 4 under par and is 2 under in his round today. Let's take you back to the 12th tee. This is the final group today with Mackley Beckett, Aiden Tiet, and Caden Frierson. Here's Beckett, the Michigan signee, who will be on the tee first. He's got 3 wood in hand here, Kevin, and that's been the traditional play on this 12th tee, it seems like, all week long.
Yeah, he's not taking the bait from the committee to go for it. He's staying where he is, staying patient.
And Beckett's staring that one down.
Yeah, position is much more critical on the die course over here, Kendall. It's less open and more narrow, and finding your right spots so you can attack the right hole locations on these greens is vital.
Here's Tiet. And the Richardson, Texas native, I'm going to stare that one down for a little bit, but appears to be okay as Tiet will make his way up the fairway here. Final group on hole 12. And you wonder, Kevin, the layoff. Remember, they were sitting on the 12th tee box there for a while, and this being a short par 4, there was a bit of a log jam here at 12. Folks, the future of Texas golf was on full display at the 100th Texas Junior Am as the boys 14 and under division showcased some of the state's brightest young talent. Over 2 rounds of championship golf, players battled demanding conditions while chasing one of the most prestigious junior titles in Texas. Birdies, momentum swings, and clutch performances kept the leaderboard tight throughout the week. In the end, Beckett McLaughlin from Austin rose to the top after sending the final round to a playoff and earning the boys 14 and under championship. McLaughlin came into 18 needing a par and delivered. After 2 holes in the playoff, McLaughlin had a 6-foot putt for par to win and would deliver once again. The victory marks a memorable milestone in Laughlin's junior golf career and adds their name to the storied history of the Texas Junior Amateur Boys 14 and under division, joining a list of past champions such as Jordan Spieth, Gavin Lane, Chase Summey, and Parker Cootie. Congratulations to Beckett McLaughlin and to every competitor who made the Centennial Championship a week to remember. The future of Texas golf is certainly in good hands. And folks, we are on the die course playing just over 7,000 yards for the boys 15-18. And we saw Isaiah Diaz get up and down for his par from just off the green to remain the tournament leader at 4 under. Hole 13 is a par 4 that stretches 391 yards to 421 today. That hole 13 playing 438, so stretched out a little bit longer. With a narrow fairway that's lined with trees, players will need to be extremely accurate for any chance to get on and 2 and have a chance at birdie. Players will need to shape their shot without finding the water on the left. After finding the fairway, players will now have to hit into a bunker-surrounded green that doesn't offer any forgiveness if you go long. And there's a flyover of this 13th hole. Here's some tough holes coming down the stretch. Hole 14 is what looks like a straightaway par 3, but can get you in trouble quick if not played correctly. The whole stretch is out. If you find the green and you have a great chance at birdie or a 2-putt for par, miss right and you may be in the water. Go long, you have a downhill bunker shot. Play hole 14 and 15 well together, and you head into the final hole of the dungeon in a great spot. And 14 with that big green, Kevin, can certainly cause some problems as well. The last hole of the dungeon is hole 15. That's the par 4 that plays 323 yards and a perfect risk-reward hole. You take it over the creek and trees, and you can find yourself just short of the green. Or with the help of the wind, you can be on. If you don't want to play aggressive, take the shorter club and find the fairway to give yourself a great angle at this double green. And the water lurks short right of the green, so players must make sure that if they play the aggressive off the tee, they've got to keep it left on the final hole of the dungeon here at the Die Course. And we'll take you back to the fairway here at hole 13 with Isaiah Diaz, the 14-year-old phenom who is in the lead at 4 under par for the tournament. He's got a 2 under par round going today and was just over in that rough off the tee.
Yeah, and Kendall, the first hole of the dungeon here, you can definitely tell it's the easiest of the 3, or that's how it's played all week. But there is a massive 40-foot elevation change from the tee down to the base of the fairway there. So managing your distance and then keeping it out of the water on the left is vital here.
Now, these are the final 2 groups. You saw the final group with Mackie Beckett, Aiden Tiet, and Caden Frierson back on 12T, but here we are, middle of the fairway on 13. Braden Verrett, his second shot.
That's a good spot there to be, just beyond the hole. Definitely looking back towards that hole and a pretty easy or simple putt that could be managed there. I hesitate to say a putt's easy.
Oh, Adi Parmar with a big drive here, middle of the fairway. We mentioned the Texas Tech commit, and he's still got another year of high school left. He's a rising senior in high school. We talked about his brother Shiv Parmar winning this championship. He's a Selma, Texas native who has played incredible golf in his junior career.
Yeah, there's the shot that shows you going down the hill, and you'll see a lot more of that over here on the Die Course with the golf course going down, uphill, a lot more demanding in terms of managing not only the number, but what your golf club or golf ball is going to do whenever you hit it at certain spots.
Let's take you back to the final group, who is currently on hole 12. Mackie Beckett, Aiden Tiet, and Caden Frierson. And it comes up on the low side that time, off the fringe. So Aiden Tiet will be next to putt, part of this final group. He had rounds of 73, 69, fired a 3 under par round yesterday. That's a confident stroke right there. And he is a Pacific signee heading to play his college golf in the West Coast Conference. And they'll clean that one up, is Mackie Beckett, the Michigan signee. So back to 13 from about 100 yards away for third shot. Isaiah Diaz has some work left to try and save par at the par 4 13th.
Yeah, and there's a shelf back there, Kendall, that kind of gobbles up golf balls, but putting down there's not too demanding, but it's definitely a point of interest to keep it from going off the green and down into a bunker down that hill.
And we'll keep it right here on this 13th green, as we talked about. First hole is part of the dungeon, as they call it here at the Die Course at the beautiful Stonebriar Country Club.
Yeah, it's played to a 4.23 average all week, Kendall, for the boys division. So
yeah, and I think it was interesting too. You look at this Die Course. This back nine is playing on average at 38.59 this week. This has been a challenge for the field. And we mentioned here at 13, we've seen some big numbers: 11 double bogeys, 4 triples or worse on this hole this week. Once again, if you weren't with us earlier, big congrats to Lois Lee, our girls champion this year. What a strong outing as she finished her final round firing a 3 under par 69 to finish 3 days at 9 under par. Here's Isaiah Diaz. Lengthy par putt.
you can see that slope there. It slides right quickly.
He's going to put a mark on that one. He's got that for bogey. Here at the par 4 13th. All of a sudden, a big swing possibly here at 13 with Caden Frierson at 3 under in the final group that was finishing up on 12. Adi Parmar next to putt. We mentioned Parmar already committed to play at Texas Tech and a top 75 player in the junior golf scoreboard rankings. Just such a polished high school career thus far. He's still got one more year, 2027 class. Good look at birdie here for Parmar.
Yep, slides right by, down the hill. Everything's going to go towards that bunker. This will be another one of those quick ones here, Kendall.
Verrett at 1 under for the tournament. Big putt right here. And it just burns the edges. Yet again, we've seen putts miss low and high here at 13. Wow. Diaz lips it and is going to make a double bogey here at 13. He will drop back to 2 under. And Caden Frierson, who parred 12, is now your new tournament leader as Parmar cleans up his par. And Verrett will tap in as well. On to 14, they go. And Caden Frierson in the lead, 3 under par through 12 in the final round coverage of the Texas Junior Amateur. We'll be right back on the Championship Golf Network. Welcome you back to final round coverage on the Championship Golf Network at Stonebriar Country Club. It's the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship, and we're on the die course with boys coverage. And folks, if you weren't with us earlier, we have Beth Brown, who's the Senior Athlete Development Specialist for the USGA and the U.S. National Development Program, with us and kind enough to give us time in the booth. And she has joined us yet again in this boys coverage. And Beth, I know you spent a ton of time dealing with athletes, developing young talent. As you watch these players compete today, what are some of the things you're looking for? Obviously, we see the low scorers all week, but beyond just the scoring.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Kendall, for having me. It's really an honor to be here today with you and with Kevin. We're looking, all the kids have been out there. You see great swing, great strokes, all of that. And really the technical instruction, the technique gets lots of attention, and tactical, getting their way around the golf course. We're really looking for things beyond that, like you're alluding to. And I think the mental performance, you see that highlighted, Nelly Corda's talking about after the Women's Open. You've got Wyndham Clark talking about it, at the Men's Open. And so that's just such a huge thing. And specifically, as I'm talking to lots of elite top-level college coaches across the country, that ability to let go, right, of that shot, regardless of the outcome, and be present, be where your feet are, I like to say, for that next shot. I think that's just such a huge mental skill. So looking for mental skills and athleticism and some other things definitely beyond. They got to have the technique, but beyond that, that's going to help get them to the next level.
Many viewers may be familiar with the U.S. National Development Program, but not fully understand how it works. Can you share a little bit about the program and how it helps identify and develop that next generation of elite players?
Sure. Just backing up even a little bit, like why do we have this program? Why have we not had it sooner? And for those who don't know, we've been the only country in the world playing golf in the Olympics that hasn't had a national development pathway. We're the only sport in the Olympics in the United States that hasn't had a formal development program or a Team USA. And so that's what we're doing. We really want to create this pipeline, building on all the great work of the Allied Golf Associations, like the Texas Golf Association, building on First Tee, building on LPGA, USGA Junior Golf, building on PGA Junior League, all these great groups out there. And for these athletes who are 13 and older, already performing at an elite level, providing them grants and opportunities to continue playing, starting with that very, very important state junior team level, like Texas is getting ready to launch.
Yeah. Great segue. Texas obviously just recently launched Team Texas as part of the United States National Development Program and the State Team Initiative. How will a strong state program in the state of Texas fit into the broader pathway for this player development?
Yeah, great question. The state junior team program, and Texas being one of those programs, we have 30 states who have athletes by the end of this year. By 2028, we'll have all 50 states in the United States. We're projected to have states that will have state teams funded in part by the Masters tournament charities. So we're super grateful to them. But basically, it's the foundation. The state junior team level is the first of 5 levels of our program. And so then proceeding to regional opportunities coming soon, national junior, elite amateurs, that's the college age, and young professionals. And so if you think about it, we're going to have 2,000 or so athletes in the program by 2030, we're projecting. And about 800 or 40% of those athletes in our programs will be at that state level. So think of it as the foundation, building on all the great youth development programs. And so we need that foundation to be strong. And states, folks like Kevin and the Texas Golf Association, they know who the best players are in their state. So they're identifying that talent locally and at the state level. And so building that strong foundation will keep that pyramid growing and developing future generations of American golf talent for years to come.
And lastly, before we let you get out of here, as you watch the players that are competing today, I know it's exciting. What do you think excites you the most about the future and the opportunity that are, it's being made available to all these young golfers?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, what it does is there's no cap on potential. Sometimes we say, oh, well, somebody has X potential. Well, now you put a cap on it. So there's no cap. We're going to fill gaps, provide opportunities that American junior golfers haven't had, which, number 2, allows us to level the playing field worldwide, right? Teaching them how to be great teammates, having this opportunity earlier. That's what college coaches are telling us, why they're recruiting internationally, frankly. These kids are better teammates generally. And then I love it. I grew up playing golf in Eastern Oklahoma, really little to no opportunities. And so we're providing at least 50% of the opportunities for girls. So Texas is going to start off with 20 kids. They're going to have 10 girls. When they expand to 40, they're going to have 20 girls. So everything we're doing is to make sure that we're providing at least equal opportunity for girls as we build out this pathway for American golf talent.
Well, Beth, we cannot thank you enough for taking time out of your busy schedule today to join us in the booth. And I know that you're going to watch the rest of the finish here. It's exciting. We've got a tight race down the stretch. And again, really appreciate your time, and thank you for joining us here today on Championship Golf Network.
Yeah, thanks. It's an honor to be here and be part of the 100th Texas Junior Amateur. So thanks so much, Kendall and Kevin.
And a lot happening here. We saw that double bogey by Isaiah Diaz, who dropped back to 2 under par back on 13, Kevin. And now we're skipping ahead to the group that is currently on 14, which can be a challenging par 3.
Yeah, 14's played difficult all week. 3.4 average, so well over par there for the short par 3. It is a downhill par 3, so again, we mentioned you've got to be able to know your numbers, but you've also got to know what your golf ball is going to do within the air. So downhill about 30 feet of elevation on that one.
Adi Parmar with a look here on 14, just burns the edges. Future Red Raider couldn't quite drop that one in, and he'll tap it in. A little bit of frustration that Adi Parmar in the hunt, just one shot back. Began the day at even par. He's 2 under in his round today. Mackie Beckett, who had the lead at 4 under beginning the day, the Lakeway, Texas native. I think it's interesting. You and I were talking off air. Lakeway's produced a ton of really good golfers in the state of Texas. In fact, Tyler Nidell, who won last year's Texas Junior Amateur from Lakeway as well.
Yeah, we've seen some good golfers come out of Austin, and obviously it's a growing area, but a lot of good competition down there in the hill country.
Oh, Beckett lost a little bit of footing here late in the round. We'll see if he can get it back as Frierson cleans it up. And he's your tournament leader. Folks, every year the Texas Golf Association and Legends Junior Tour crown champions, but these victories mean even more. 4 of the premier championships carry direct exemptions into USGA national championships, giving players the opportunity to compete on golf's biggest amateur stage. At the 117th Texas Amateur presented by Hytera, Bungo Lee earned the title and secured an exemption into the 126th U.S. Amateur Championship at Marion Golf Club. At the 105th Women's Texas Amateur presented by Hytera, Gia Alawalia captured the championship and punched her ticket to the 126th U.S. Women's Amateur Championship at the Honors Course, rewarding an incredible week of golf with a national championship opportunity. The next generation of stars also earned their chance to shine. Winner of the boys division at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops will earn an exemption into the 78th U.S. Junior Amateur at Saucon Valley. And then on the girls' side, the girls' division champion at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops, which, as we saw earlier, is Lois Lee, has earned a coveted spot in the 77th U.S. Girls Junior at Old Chatham. From state champions to the national stage, these exemptions represent the next step in each player's journey. We want to say congratulations to all 4 champions and best of luck as they go on to represent Texas in USGA competition.
Yeah, Kendall, Texas is very honored to get to send Lois to that championship and represent our state. And obviously a big thank you to the USGA for providing those opportunities for our players.
Here's Frierson on the 14th tee, the par 3. Boy, really taking a hard look. This downhill par 3, the green sits well below the tee box. You can kind of see it on your screen.
The number plays at 205, Kendall, but it's adjusted to about a 185 with that elevation change.
I was going to say it could be 2, maybe even 3 clubs difference depending on the wind.
And then once it gets to that green, everything's going to want to push right. There's a big hill on the left there that kind of funnels everything over, and penalty areas, creeks that kind of pinch up there, but they shouldn't be in play on this par 3.
Mackie Beckett is +3 in his round today, but only 2 shots back. Here he is on the par 3 14th. As we mentioned, Beckett rounding out his junior golf career and heading to play for Michigan. They're getting a good one for sure. Beckett, we talked a little bit about the Lakeway product, trying to make it back-to-back Lakeway, Texas natives to win the Texas Junior Amateur. He's been playing some really good golf, Kevin. He shot 66, 71, 67 at the Byron Nelson event a few weeks back. So starting to really come into form at the right time heading into this event.
Yeah, he played in that last group and came close to winning, battled all the way, but just fell short ultimately, but very consistent player.
We go to 15, the par 4. Great tee shot there for Braden Verrett.
15 is the final hole of the dungeon stretch here, Kendall, so it is the hardest of the 3.
Yeah, fairway ends at 250 left on a long dog leg right. As Diaz, who just suffered a double bogey, tries to regain momentum.
Yeah, penalty area to the right all the way around, and you'll see it when we get up to the green, but this green actually shares a green with hole number 7 that these players played through earlier. So we've split it for the event, but it'll come through.
Adi Parmar, last to play. And he will find the fairway here at the par 4 15th. With that, we'll take a break. Final round coverage of the Texas Junior Amateur will continue on the Championship Golf Network right after these messages.
The Horizon Push-to-Talk over cellular radio platform is the most reliable POC platform for business communications. Horizon uses the wireless networks of mobile carriers for instant voice calls to groups and individuals. Hytera provides a variety of POC radios for the Horizon platform, including handheld radios, mobile computers, and mobile radios for fleet vehicles. Hytera POC radios provide industry-leading audio quality, 24-hour battery life, and legendary durability for reliable business communications.
Let's take it back to 14 green here. This is the final grouping. Mackie Beckett, Aiden Tiet, and Caden Frierson on the 14th green, the par 3. Diaz suffered that double bogey that dropped it to 2 under, but he is in a tie for first with Caden Frierson, who is in this final group right here. Frierson shot rounds of 74 and 68. He bounced back in round 2 yesterday.
Yeah, and he's coming off a bogey on 13 as well, Kendall, so he's looking to bounce back again out on the course.
Aiden Tiet has a lengthy putt here from the opposite side of this green.
Should be pretty slow up the hill here.
That's got to settle. That's a tough one to get the speed on when you're at that angle, and where that pin is located here on the die course today, front left, you get on that back part of the green and everything just wants to slope back to front.
Yeah, and it's one of those greens that has the multiple tiers, so they've chosen that first tier, and if you go long, you end up paying the price coming back and having a tough par putt coming back.
Now here's a tricky one for Mackie Beckett. What do you have this one doing right here? Just on the fringe.
It's going to run, so he's right there on that hill, so it's going to run to his right. It looks like he's electing to putt it, so he's going to try and control it on the ground versus putting it up in the air.
That didn't quite release out like he thought. I was going to say, I think he almost had to play it like the flagstick was just at the neck of the fringe, and he did just that. It just didn't quite roll out how he intended. And Caden Frierson has got this birdie putt and a chance to move into sole possession of first place and get him to 3 under.
Yeah, this putt will be just slightly uphill here, so he's got to put a little pace on it, and it'll try and work to the left of him.
Oh, you betcha. Caden Frierson from the parking lot here at 14 drains it for birdie, and he'll move to 3 under par for the tournament and 1 under on his round through 14 holes today at the die course.
Yeah, it was a big putt there, Kendall. Coming off a bogey and then making that one. Obviously, you saw the emotion. He's an emotional player, so.
Tiet's got a little bit of work left to save par here at 14. That's tough for Tiet, but still a lot of golf left to be played. He's going to drop a shot. That'll move Tiet back to +2 for the tournament.
You got a quick one here for Beckett down this hill. Definitely be careful with it.
Wow. just burns the edge, and he suffers a bogey. So Mackie Beckett falls to +1, the Michigan signee, and he will head to the 15th tee. And we'll take a look back at Caden Frierson, your new leader, moving to 3 under par with his birdie putt here at the par 3 14th.
Hey guys, it's Preston Stout here. Just wanted to come on and say good luck to all the participants of the Texas State Junior coming up. And, I remember playing in that tournament back in high school. It's just a great event. It kind of helped me develop who I am as a player now. It's great competition. It's always at great golf courses. Good luck to you guys. It's just a big honor to be able to get to compete against all the best players in your state and the surrounding states. So good luck to you guys. I hope you all play well. See ya.
We'll skip back ahead to Isaiah Diaz in the second to final group here at the Boys 15-18 Texas Junior Amateur Championship presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops and the Legends Junior Tour. What an event. And it is a tight race. Caden Frierson just drained a birdie putt on the par 3 14th to move to the top of the leaderboard at 3 under for the tournament. And we're going to send you coverage here at 15.
Yeah, Kendall, the final hole of the dungeon, definitely the hardest of the 3 as it's played all week, playing as the second hardest hole all week.
Diaz, good speed. And it just trickles off to the left. Boy, Isaiah Diaz just can't get over it. 14 years old, playing in a prestigious event like the Texas Junior Amateur this week, playing up. He's only going to be a rising sophomore in high school. He does not even turn 15 until later this month. Adi Parmar just hanging around here on the leaderboard at 1 under for the tournament, and just not quite enough, but an excellent roll. And Parmar will salvage his par here. Representing over 1,000 PGA members and associates across 300 facilities, the Southern Texas PGA is proud to grow the game and impact lives through golf. The STPGA wants to wish all of this week's competitors the best of luck. It's been incredible to watch the growth of these players, many of whom started in our grassroots program as young juniors and are now showcasing their talents here today. With over 5,500 players competing in more than 600 tournaments annually, the STPGA Junior Golf Program continues to shape the future of the game.
Well, first of all, good luck to all the participants coming up this year. I'm personally very proud of the Texas Junior. State Junior was big in my days. Players from around the state, great players that you've always heard about, who would come to San Antonio and play. We played at Brackenridge Park, which was so wonderful. It's got a great legacy. Keep it going, and congratulations, and y'all play hard for that trophy. The Texas Junior Amateur, the future starts here.
Hey guys, Jordan Spieth here. Just wanted to congratulate you on playing. Good luck this week. It's 100 years of champions. You're the future. Can't wait to see what you guys do.
back to final round. Welcome back to final round coverage of the Texas Junior Amateur here as we are on the die course. Caden Frierson with a birdie putt from about close to 20 feet away on the par 3 14th that moved him to the top of the leaderboard. He is 1 under par in his round today, the Austin, Texas native. And, of course, a kid that his name is very familiar in the state of Texas. He won his first Legends Junior Tour event back in 2025. That was at the George Hannon Jr. Invitational. He can get hot. He went 7 under, Kevin, in that event. I was impressed just reading over his resume and prep for this final round coverage. And 7 under really went crazy in that George Hannon Jr. Invitational.
Yeah, and that's at a tough course at UT Golf Club down in Austin. But like we said, emotional player. Once things are going well, he can really stack them up and go deep.
At the par 4 15th hole here. And this can be a challenge here with the fairway. It ended 250 left, but a long dogleg right and the ball a little bit below the feet on this shot here. What do you see on this lie?
Yeah, the whole location kind of cut back left. It's going to be a tough lie trying to move right. So just trying to find the middle of the green is the goal here.
It could be a challenging up and down from that spot right there.
Yeah, those trees, I think, really affected what he was looking to do there. As he's kind of trying to punch it through and run it up. And this green's elevated up, so it's hard to run a ball up on it.
Here's your tournament leader in Caden Frierson, who has found the fairway off his tee shot here, the 15th. Oh, he pulled his hand off the club immediately.
Yeah, those bunkers are tough over there if that's where he's ended up, but it does fall off down there, so be a tough up and down from the left of the screen.
Mackie Beckett, who had the lead in this tournament after 2 rounds, currently +1 on the event from the fairway, 129 out. Oh, great shot. Throws a dart to about 8.5 feet here at the par 4 15th, and he'll have that to try to get back to even par for the tournament. Held at historic Willowbrook Country Club in Tyler, Texas, the Texas Cup Invitational annually attracts many of the top junior players from across Texas and beyond. As the Legends Juniors Tour's first all-boys major of the season, the Texas Cup has long served as a proving ground for future collegiate standouts and professional players. In 2026, South Lake's Andrea Barolini rose to the occasion. Entering the final round tied for the lead, Barolini faced a leaderboard packed with talent and a championship course that had challenged players all week. Early bogeys briefly knocked him out of contention, but the Texas junior responded with the poise of a champion, playing his final 10 holes in 3 under par. A birdie at the 14th gave him control of the tournament, and after a string of steady pars, Barolini delivered the signature moment of the championship, a 30-foot birdie putt on the 18th green that sealed a 3-shot victory. He finished at 3 under par, earning his first Legends Junior Tour win of the season. The victory not only vaulted Barolini to the top of the Legends Tour Player of the Year standings, but also secured his place in the field for the Texas Junior Am. From start to finish, the Texas Cup Invitational once again showcased the talent, determination, and championship pedigree that define junior golf in the state of Texas.
Yeah, Kendall, I was actually at that Texas Cup Invitational earlier this year, and the one thing I remember was just how cold it was the first 2 days in March in Texas. It was wild, but that putt he made on 18 was fantastic. It was long, and it roped in there, and we had a good crowd around, and it was a big cheer.
A tough spot here for Aiden Tiet. That's nicely done there.
Yeah, it was good hands around the green there. It's what it'll take on the die course with these perched up greens.
And folks, Caden Frierson is on the right screen. We're going to give you a split screen look here. The final two groups. Frierson 3 under par for the tournament. Above the hole here. This is a tough spot for an up and down. Our second to last group currently on 16T that you're getting in your left screen.
Yeah, this one for Frierson's going to go quick. He's got to land it just off, and hopefully it carries to it.
Oh, great hands for Frierson. I don't know that you could have walked out there and placed it any better, Kevin. And he'll have a tap-in par to stay atop the leaderboard here at 15.
That was pretty good. That's what it's going to take to triumph on this golf course, that's for sure. Steady hands around the greens.
Adi Parmar on the tee at 16 on your left screen. Again, it is tight at the top of this leaderboard. Caden Frierson, 3 under, has the lead. Isaiah Diaz, who's in the group ahead, currently on 16 at 2 under. Braden Verrett in that group at 1 under, and then Adi Parmar as well at 1 under. Those 3 in the group ahead on 16T. This is 15 green. Mackie Beckett, who had the lead coming into the final round, with a testy putt here. And it just lips out on Beckett again.
Yeah, that was a good confident roll. Just didn't find the hole there.
And he'll clean the rest of that up here at 15. Tiet's got about 6 or 7 feet to close things out here at 15.
Relatively straight here, Kendall, just a little downhill.
Didn't quite snap at the end how Tiet thought. He's going to take his time here with this one. And he'll finish out the rest of things here at the par 4 15th. Last year, it was Tyler Nidell of Lakeway, Texas, who won the boys division in the 99th Texas Junior Amateur at Horseshoe Bay Resort's Ramrock course. Nidell secured a victory by hitting the green and sinking the birdie putt on the par 3 17th, and then making a par on the par 4 18th after driving his tee shot into a bunker. Nidell picked up his best win before heading off to college to play at Jacksonville State University. And Championship Golf Network, we were there last year to cover the 99th Texas Junior Amateur, and it was an incredible event as well. This one here, the 100th Texas Junior Am, has lived up to the billing yet again. And coming down the stretch, it is anyone's tournament right now. And these final 3 holes left to play as we skip ahead to the fairway bunker on 16. This is Isaiah Diaz.
Yeah, par 5 right after the dungeon here. So the 3 hardest holes and then a somewhat easier hole, but still testy with the water down there.
Oh, par 5, that's a great out of the fairway bunker there for Diaz, and a good angle to attack in on his 3rd shot on this par 5 16th.
Yeah, and the bunker, the water definitely comes into play there as you can't run it down to the right, and you're looking to just give yourself a chance to get on the green and try and make birdie on that par 5.
Yeah, there's not much room for error as the pond surrounds the right and back side of this green. You can see it right there on your screen. Also finding the bunker here is Braden Verrett. A little bit longer tee shot, but again, just trying to get himself in position for his third shot on this par 5 16th.
And the wind will be coming a little bit off the left and into them, so it'll hurt a little bit. But they are helped by a 60-foot elevation drop from the tee, so they're about halfway to their descent on this hole.
Well done. And a great attack angle in for his approach shot here at 16.
Yeah, the further left you get it, the more it opens up that hole location, which is just kind of middle right, and there's a little shelf right there for him to get onto. So great spot to be over there on the left and looking. You'll have the water behind, but he'll be able to see if he can manage that one.
Last to play in this group will be Adi Parmar, Texas Tech commit. He's still got another year of high school.
Parmar seems to be doing what most of us do when we stand on a par 5 looking at the green, starting to contemplate, can I do it? Should I do it?
Parmar really thinking about this. And that wind is kind of picked up here on 16 as well. I think he's maybe waiting out some of those wind gusts that have gone up to 20 mile an hour as well. And, of course, the group is on the green. He's trying to decide what he's going to do here. They're also waiting for the group to clear on 16 green. Yeah, that group on 16 green, Declan Dent, Reed Habermel, and Drake Gilbert, the group ahead. We'll take you up to 16 green, which is par 5. And solid stroke there for Gilbert to close out on 16. So it's decision time here for Adi Parmar.
I think if he's waited this long, I don't think he's going to change his mind.
Yeah, I don't either. I think you're right. And he's got 2 clubs out of the bag. A little bit in between clubs here with that wind. Solid strike, it looked like, for Parmar.
Yeah, he was watching it.
Oh, great shot. Picturesque here at the 16th. And things starting to get interesting in the final 3 holes of the Texas Junior Amateur. Let's take a look at some of the past champions of this prestigious event. How about those names? In the Texas Junior Amateur. My goodness, we heard from Jordan Spieth earlier, Kevin. Ben Crenshaw, Scott Verplank. I mean, what an incredible list. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another junior event in the country that has that type of resume and those type of names.
Yeah, we're very honored to have them all be a part of this. And I mean, even more honored that they would take the time in their busy lives to comment and provide footage and video of their times and reflect. And while at the time it was a big thing for them, and looking back, they made a big impact on this game and this state.
And not a past champion, but certainly a participant, Scotty Scheffler, who played in this event as well. Let's take you back to the 16 tee. Mackie Beckett with driver in hand.
Yeah, and looking back there, you can really see that elevation change that Mackey's going through there. So.
Yep. And it's interesting because there's two downslopes on this hole here. You've got 275 to reach the downslope, and then the bunker that kind of comes into play at 254. So we've got some longer hitters in this group right here. Aiden Tiet next on the tee.
Yeah, long's key, but you've also got to be able to move it a little bit right on this one as it wraps around.
Let's send it back up ahead to 16 green. This is the second to final group with Isaiah Diaz, Braden Verrett, and Adi Parmar, who have hit their approach shots into this green. Diaz 2 under par. Just one shot off the pace. We saw Adi Parmar throw a dart on his second shot. He's got an eagle putt, and he's only 2 back. Let's take a second look at the approach shot for Diaz that nearly holed out just a moment ago.
Great shot there by Diaz. Again, soft hands and keeping it around the greens and moving it onto those elevated or downgraded putting greens is key here.
It's a chess match here down the stretch.
Yeah, the die course has 2 par 5s in the last 3 holes, so the fireworks are ready.
Yeah, no question. And tell you what, if Adi Parmar can make this eagle putt right here, it's really going to get interesting these last 2 holes for eagle here at 16. Oh, just lips for Parmar. He will tap that in for his birdie. He is 2 under, just 1 shot off the pace. But Isaiah Diaz has a chance to get a share of the top of the leaderboard with Caden Frierson for birdie here at 16. Yes, sir. The 14-year-old phenom back to the top of the leaderboard here in the Texas Junior Amateur. And to the 17th hole they go. We'll take a break on the Championship Golf Network.
Unleash your swing at Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf with all the new Titleist GTS drivers and fairways. Find the perfect GTS driver to gain superior distance, accuracy, and ball speed. Book your fitting for the new Titleist GTS driver in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1968 and home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Edwin Watts Golf Shops by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Caden Frierson out of the bunker on his second shot here at the par 5 16th. Gets it back out into the fairway. He'll have a great angle for his third shot into the par 5 16th. And if you weren't with us just a moment ago, Isaiah Diaz made birdie here at 16 and now has a share of the lead at 3 under par with Caden Frierson. And Adi Parmar birdied this 16th hole, who's in the group ahead as well, to move to 2 under. He's only 1 shot back, so it is getting interesting. And Declan Dent, who we showed you briefly out of Grapevine, Texas, is in the group, 2 groups ahead, the third from the final group. He is 1 under for the tournament, and he is currently on the 18th hole right now. So Kevin, you just mentioned fireworks with the 2 par 5s in the final 3 holes, and I don't think we could have asked for a better course to have with the leaderboard where it is right now and those 2 par 5s in the final 3 holes.
Right. You give good golfers opportunities, they can take advantage of them real quick, and they can make up a lot of ground. So definitely going to showcase who's got the medal and can step up and hit the shots when they need to.
Here's Aiden Tiet from the fairway here at 16.
And you can see the water on the right. Everything's going to try and push that way when it hits the ground, but into the wind here, going to need to hit this one firm.
Tiet's going after it here on his second shot. And I think it may have gotten hung up, maybe just short left there.
Yeah, anything left will go in that bunker, which isn't the worst thing, but you are going back towards the water.
Big drive for Mackie Beckett on his second shot from the right rough. And that one just kind of leaked left on Beckett out of that rough over on the right side. The 27th Huntington Bank Byron Nelson Jr. Championship every summer has been a mainstay. It brings together many of the best young players in the state for one of the most prestigious events on the Legends Junior Tour schedule. In 2026, the championship made its debut at Trinity Forest Golf Club in Dallas, a venue known for hosting elite amateur, collegiate, and professional competitions. With a championship pedigree and a field loaded with future college stars, the stage was set for an unforgettable week. The player who ultimately rose above the competition was Dallas native Brooks Harper. After taking the lead heading into the final round, Harper looked to be in complete control, building a 4-shot advantage early in the day. But championship golf is rarely that simple. A stretch of mistakes in the middle of the round erased his lead and left him trailing with just a handful of holes remaining. Faced with adversity, Harper responded like a champion. Following a long weather delay and mounting pressure from a packed leaderboard, he birdied 3 of his final 4 holes, including a near-perfect tee shot on the 17th that set up a tap-in birdie. And then moments later, a closing par secured a 1-shot victory and his place among the championship's distinguished list of winners. From Jordan Spieth to Chandler Phillips and Preston Stout, the Huntington Bank Byron Nelson Jr. Championship has long showcased future stars. In 2026, Brooks Harper added his name to that legacy, proving once again why that championship remains one of the crown jewels of junior golf in Texas. And an incredible third shot for Caden Frierson, who has a birdie putt to try and get to 4 under par. Here at 16, the par 5, after he found the bunker left off his tee shot here.
Yeah, Kendall, we mentioned it earlier. Patience is key, so you got to handle the ups, the downs, and manage the round.
Aiden Tiet, who we couldn't quite tell based on our angle, it looked as if he was short left. He's actually in that back left bunker. And they're calling for a rules official.
Yeah, Kendall, it looks like maybe both players might be in that bunker, and with that being a smaller bunker, both balls might be pretty close. They're pretty close in proximity there. So
Mackie Beckett in that bunker as well. He was in the right rough. And so they're going to call an official over and see and get a ruling on this one. Let's take you over to the par 3 17th that is playing 172 on the dyed course here today. Here's Isaiah Diaz on the tee. We're trying to flight that one down a little bit. It ends up long, Kevin, and that's going to be a tough up and down with a short-sided pin.
yeah, long is tough here with that whole location on the back. Again, players back into the wind here. downhill just slightly, so having to flight that golf ball is important.
Braden Verrett, his tee shot at 17. And it finds the front part of that green, a lengthy birdie putt coming up for Verrett, the Farmers Branch, Texas native. Let's go back to 16 where we have a ruling.
Yeah, so 2 golf balls in the area, player's entitled to relief, so lift the ball, move it, let the player play, put it back, and then put the ball back.
Tiet will be first to hit his bunker shot, left side of your screen. Adi Parmar, his tee shot at 17, the par 3. And short and right, Parmar may have found the bunker at 17. Let's go back to left side of your screen. Let's go back to 16, the par 5. So now Beckett going to be able to rake the bunker.
Yeah, kind of silly. Normally you're not allowed to rake a bunker before you hit out of it, but with the sand being displaced, he gets back to the status of condition in which he had it earlier. So in terms of getting his ball back, he's able to restore the condition and then put the ball back. But the only stipulation is you can't clean it. So he's going to have to play the golf ball without cleaning it.
Big thanks to all our volunteers this week here at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship. And our rules officials, they have had their work cut out for them today. In fact, our first 2 holes of coverage in the girls' championship, we had rulings, one on a drain and one on the cart path that we got to. And now here in the bunker.
This ball is going to want to roll towards the water. Could be quick.
Beckett. About all he had there. It's going to run away from him a little bit, but just a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, with how small that bunker is, it's tough to get comfortable in there and then know that you've got to hit something quick and high that spins to keep it where you want it.
So we've got 2 at 3 under par. Isaiah Diaz and Caden Frierson, who you see right there on your screen. We mentioned Frierson won his first Legends Tour event at the George Hannon Jr. Invitational last year in 2025. Went 7 under par in 3 days in that event. And this week, shot 74 the first day, 68 yesterday. Here's Aiden Tiet to try and save par here at 16. A pretty good roll there from Tiet.
Kendall, you mentioned that 68 for Frierson yesterday. That was actually a bogey-free 68, so pretty phenomenal round of golf with 4 birdies and 18 or 14 pars.
Especially with the wind and as tough as this course is playing. I mean, folks, this is over 7,000 yards this week.
I mean, just going through the dungeon without a bogey seems impressive to me.
No question. Isaiah Diaz, who's got a share of the lead on the left side of your screen, is...
He's on the big mound behind the green, so it's going to be quick coming off this.
Has a tricky chip shot.
That's pretty good control from back there.
Yep, he's got some work left as Diaz to try and stay at 3 under par. As Beckett cleans it up on the right side of your screen at 16. And here's Caden Frierson. Excellent roll and the fist pump to follow. Clutch putt for Frierson, and he does it again.
Yeah, like I said, emotional player. That's 2 fist bumps now. Very warranted with the birdie putts, but he's feeling good.
And that's a part of this tournament. You look at those 2 putts with obviously the putt that he had back on the 14th, the par 3 that gave him the lead from about 20 feet, and to drain this one here at 16, 2 massive putts in the last 3 holes for Caden Frierson.
Yeah, and it's all about patience. Found the bunker off the tee, got out of there, and then got it on the green and gave himself a chance to make birdie. Very, very patient for Caden.
Isaiah Diaz really needs this. He's in the group ahead of Caden Frierson, but you kind of get the feeling this right here is a must-make on 17 to save par and stay at 3 under for the tournament.
Yeah, you hate giving them away this late.
Diaz is going to drop a shot. He'll fall back to 2 under par. We've got now 3 at 2 under. And Tia just misses off to the right. Adi Parmar really needs this putt right here as well.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little quick going back down the hill here, but nothing too crazy. Should be pretty straight.
Just trickles on the low side for Parmar. What a big swing. Going back to 16, the putt from Caden Frierson, and then 2 big misses from Diaz and Parmar. And the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship presented by Edwin Watts Golf, living up to the billing. As Tiet cleans it up, and they will head to the 18th tee. Caden Frierson, 2 under par on his round today, and 2 big birdie rolls out of his last 3 holes to put himself at the top of the leaderboard as he heads to the par 3 17th. And we'll go back to the tee here at 17, where Frierson will have the honors. As Kevin alluded to, that 68 that he followed up to 74 with, bogey free yesterday. And you think about the putt on 14, the putt just a moment ago on 16. That is a spot where if he's able to finish things out, of course, still a lot of golf, still 2 holes left to play for Frierson that you could look back on and say, wow, those 2 birdie putts, especially with Diaz and Parmar making bogey here at 17, could be the difference maker. Let's go to 18 on the tee box. Diaz with 3 wood in hand. Now, this is a dogleg right par 5. It's a big fairway and great tee shot there from Diaz.
Yeah, it's a tough hole, Kendall, but the tee shot is the easiest part.
Frierson on 17 at 4 under par for the tournament. This is Mackie Beckett on the tee box now. This is the final group today. He had the lead entering today's final round, heading to play his college golf at Michigan in the Big Ten, and finds the green here at 17. The 17 is another one of those tricky par threes we've talked about today, Kevin, with the multi-tiered green, and it sits down from the tee box. And a couple on the green here at 17, the par 3. Once again, folks, we thank you for tuning in on the Championship Golf Network from wherever you may be today. The 100th Texas Junior Amateur presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops. It has been incredible. We looked at that leaderboard today. Mackie Beckett coming in. Kevin had a 2-shot lead at 4 under par, but it was a logjam. We had several at 2 under, 1 under, even par. And this leaderboard today has had its ebbs and flows throughout the round.
Yeah, still a two-stroke lead for the person, but it's a different person on there now. So, again, when you talk about logjam, you talk about lots of players that are going for it, and when players have an opportunity and a chance, they can take advantage of it. That's what we're looking for the Texas Junior Amateur champion.
Caden Frierson, as we mentioned, just graduated high school. He's a 2026 graduate. Has had a polished junior golf career and trying to etch his name in history in Texas junior golf by winning one of the most prestigious events in the country. But most certainly, when you think about that list of past champions, and we have shown you some of those today, Ben Crenshaw, Jordan Spieth, just to name a couple.
Yeah, we've been branding out the future starts here, and for these players that you're seeing in the coverage and on the leaderboard, this is it. So you can say I was there when they did start their future.
Tricky bunker shot upcoming here at 17 for Aiden Tiet. Tiet has dropped back to +4. He's 6 over today. Another one of those class of 2026 grads. He had a tough front 9. He took a 7 on 6.
Yeah, get this up, and it'll go into the hill, so it'll be slow going up there. Definitely can carry it to the hole.
That came out hot. And now he's going to be short-sided on the other side of the green, and a downhill chip shot coming up for Tiet's third.
Yeah, it'll be delicate and fast, that's for sure. Soft hands and keep it in control.
Here's Caden Frierson, the top of the leaderboard at 4 under par for birdie here at 17. Excellent speed. You have a couple of feet left for his par. And he's going to put a mark on that one. He'll take a look, but
yeah, par on 17 is a good score. Playing as the third hardest hole for the week, which is pretty wild for a par 3 sometimes, especially one that's pretty nonchalant down a hill. But this hole's taking advantage of players more often than not, as playing as hard as it has.
Yeah, there were just 17 birdies on this 17th hole. Downhill par 3 coming in to the final round today. And Tiet caught that one heavy on his third.
Yeah, you've just got to be so careful and delicate when you're back
Yeah.
there, and that can happen quickly. Miss your landing spot by a foot or so, and you pay the price.
We mentioned Tiet's got a bright future, though. He's heading to play at Pacific in the West Coast Conference, Division I college golf. And really good hands that time.
Yeah, it was a good stroke
on his fourth. So he'll likely suffer double bogey 5 here at the par 3 17th. And Mackie Beckett has a birdie putt. This to get to even par for the tournament after shooting 71-69 the first 2 days.
Yeah, it should be a little bit uphill. Try and move to his left, especially when he gets up by the hole.
Good run at it there. And Beckett will finish it out for par here at 17.
Yeah, hard to be sad with par on 17.
This to save par for the tournament leader, Caden Frierson, and stay at the top of the leaderboard at 4 under, and he confidently knocks it in here at 17. And our final group will head to the 18th tee. The dogleg right par 5. Caden Frierson, a 2-shot lead over Isaiah Diaz. And we'll send it up ahead on 18, where Diaz is just short of the bunker.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be on the green there. You can see the water surrounding it, so there's a lot of trouble lurking up on 18 by the green.
He's got a birdie putt from about 12 feet to try and put the pressure on Frierson coming in. Here's Adi Parmar. And finds the green as well. He'll have about 12, 15 feet coming back for his birdie. Let's send it back to 18T with Caden Frierson, the leader at 4 under par on the tee box, 2 under in his round today.
Yeah, wide open here off the tee. The water will start to creep in on the left. 285 to the cart path that crosses the fairway up there.
We'll get you back to Diaz on the green here momentarily.
Wind coming in a little bit off the right here too, so not a comfortable shot by any means.
Aiden Tiet with driver in hand and quick to pick up the tee there. So Mackie Beckett will be last to play here on the 18th tee box. A good tee shot there for Beckett. Well, let's take a look at this closing 18th hole, the par 5 dogleg right on the die course here in our green map presented by Strakaline here at the Texas Junior Amateur, presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shop. And it's a tough finishing hole, but I think, you know, you find that big fairway, Kevin, and you've got a great opportunity for birdie.
Yeah, so it pinches up towards about the 285 to 300 spot, and that's when the water really comes into play. But par 5, if you can hit 2 good shots to give yourself a chance to hit a wedge into that green, you can definitely take advantage of the hole.
Diaz for birdie, and it's just short here on 18.
And that hole's cut over to the left side of that green there, so a little tier over there right by the water. It's got a little bit of a hill behind it to kind of help backstop that ball.
Diaz going to fire a final round, 72. Folks, he's 14 years old. Adi Parmar for his birdie roll. You betcha. And Adi Parmar will birdie the closing 18th hole to move to 2 under, and he will finish things out with a final round 70, 2 under par today. And Verrett just loops his putt out, and he will tap in. Verrett, just a class of 2029, so only a rising sophomore, another really good young player that you're going to be hearing about in future years. So Isaiah Diaz and Adi Parmar at 2 under par, 2 shots behind Caden Frierson, who is making the walk down the 18th fairway. And barring something crazy, could be this year's Texas Junior Amateur champion.
Yeah, the key is to keep it out of the water here. Obviously, the water hurts you a lot, but lots of fairway over to the right. Again, we mentioned it earlier, but just patience. You got to be patient and know what you need to do to get the hole completed.
Once again, folks, we're at Stonebriar Country Club on the die course. If you weren't with us earlier this morning, Lois Lee, the 100 Texas Junior Amateur Girls Champion, going 9 under par for 3 days. That was on the Fazio course. 2 incredible golf courses here at Stonebriar Country Club. And Caden Frierson with a good tee shot. And we go back to those birdie putts from 15 and 20 feet away on 14 and then on 16 that have created the separation. He is just short of the cart path here at hole 18.
Yeah, you can see the bunkers on the right. Obviously, water all on the left, so navigating through there as he gets this shot close enough that he can try and hit something onto that green.
Yeah, water comes into play on both the second and third shots here on the 18th. And just over in the rough, will set up his third shot into this par 5 18th.
Yeah, the third shot's still stressful no matter where it is because you're staring at that water, and with that hole location they've selected, you can't not see it.
Aiden Tiet next to play out of the rough. And he didn't like it. I think that one may have found the water for Aiden Tiet. Mackie Beckett over in the right rough for his second shot.
He's hit this drive beyond that cart path that was sitting at about the 285 to 290 spot. So he's poked one here.
And Beckett going to reach in 2 out of that right rough, as Kevin just mentioned, poked his tee shot 300 plus on this 18th hole. And he'll have an eagle putt coming up that slope from about 20 feet away here at the 18th.
Kendall, I guess that's one way to take the water out of your mind on your third shot. Just hit the green in 2.
Yeah, when we walk this hole and we scout it, obviously the water comes in both your second and third shots for most players, but Mackie Beckett reaching in 2 on this par 5 18th.
Yeah, and as they're coming up, a little bit of room left of this whole location, basically from the green to the water. You've got about 11 yards.
There's the tournament leader, Caden Frierson, who's at the top of the leaderboard at 4 under par, getting set to hit his third shot from the rough here.
The screen's one of those 3-tiered ones. So you've got the base tier to the right and the short right. You've got the middle tier kind of here, middle left, and then a back tier. You definitely want to be on the right tier, otherwise the putts get slippery.
Let's go to Aiden T at first, who found the water on his second shot. Wow. So they both hit at the same time. Two incredible golf shots. I think there might have been a little miscommunication there. Tiet went ahead and hit his shot, and Frierson was ready, and they both throw it to within about 10 feet here on the par 5 18th. So Caden Frierson, a weight lifted off his shoulders, Kevin, as he finds the green in regulation here at the par 5 18th, and a 2-shot lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, finding the green on 18 is always a big sigh let out for a player on the die course.
Well, Mackie Beckett, as you see on your screen, heading to play at Michigan this fall.
He's had 2 good rolls. It looks at birdies that he hit some good shots, and he's got himself a prime eagle look here. So
reached in 2 on this par 5, and can't say enough about Beckett, Kevin. He was top 75 player in the junior golf scoreboard rankings, and this is a kid that has had a polished high school career, prep career, and I think we'll do big things in the Big Ten as well coming up this fall.
yeah, he's got a look at eagle here to get him under par for the week, which would be pretty big too. Always love finishing under par for a tournament.
Eagle putt for Mackie Beckett. Excellent speed and an excellent try at eagle. And I think Beckett will put a mark on that one. He's got a couple of feet left for his birdie.
Yeah, nothing's in on the 18th. It's slick, and it can slide by quickly over in that area.
Yeah, that pin location today, front left. Tee it. Gave it a run. And Aiden Tee will finish the tournament at +7. And just a tough day today. He had 2 really good rounds, 73-69 the first 2 days. Here's Mackie Beckett for his birdie. Confident stroke after reaching the par 5 18th and 2. Beckett finishes the tournament even par through 3 days. And +4 today, shoots 76 today. A strong showing this week.
Yeah, this putt for Caden's going to try and go to the right. It's going to try and go to the water. So he's on the correct tier. Just a matter of getting the right speed on it and picking a good line.
And Caden Frierson, who began this final round 2 shots back at 2 under. A birdie putt here at 18. It just misses. And he'll put a mark on this one. He's got this for par. 2-shot lead over the rest of the field, and Isaiah Diaz and Adi Parmar. And the 100th Texas Junior Amateur belongs to Caden Frierson of Austin, Texas. And he etches his name in Texas golf history here on the Dyke course at Stonebriar Country Club. 2 massive putts. On 14, the par 3 from 15 feet, and then 16, the par 5 from about 20 feet. And he shoots 4 under par through 3 days of work. A final round, 2 under par 70, and he is your champion. What an incredible performance from Caden Frierson on the week. And look at that. Hugs, emotions, everything down the stretch. What a showing for the Austin, Texas native who fires rounds of 74, 68, and 70 to close things out here at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops.
Yeah, Kendall, it wasn't as clean as yesterday, but Caden's round of 70 with the 2 bogeys, he bounced back and he definitely answered it, so that was good.
Now that bogey-free 68 helped things out big time, and those 2 putts on 14 and 16 proved to be the difference maker. And let's give credit to the rest of the field. Isaiah Diaz and Adi Parmar finishing a tie for second. They were in the second to last group. Adi Parmar made a charge. He fired a 2 under 70 today. Isaiah Diaz even par 72 and had the lead numerous times today. But Caden Frierson stayed the course and is your boys champion on the Dyke course here at Stonebriar Country Club. Once again, this 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops. And history made. Caden Frierson, this year's champion.
The H-Series DMR radios are the most reliable two-way radios with legendary
We'd like
durability,
to thank
the farthest range, and longest battery life. H-Series handheld and mobile radios deliver industry-leading audio quality with AI-based digital noise cancellation and can be deployed on a variety of wide area and high-capacity radio trunking systems. Look to the H-Series from Hytera for the best value and performance in two-way radio communications. The H-Series.
If I could give any advice to the next generation of Texas junior golfers, I would say play as much as you can. I mean, it's important to practice and you know, you need to hit balls and chip and putt, but you need to play in tournaments, whether it's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, play on your local level, play on your state level, and then, you know, you can play on the national level, but definitely play in tournaments. You need that competition.
Enjoy this journey. You're at the beginning of what could be an amazing lifetime of golf, whether that lifetime takes you to a professional player, a teacher, a coach, or just somebody who plays on the weekends with friends. What an amazing journey you're on, and we're really glad to have you as part of our game.
This is the biggest event in the state, and that means it's been deemed in the minds of the participants as one of their majors.
Good luck to everybody this week, and I would just encourage y'all to obviously compete to the best of your ability, but give yourself some grace as well.
Congratulations to the players competing in the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Good luck to you guys. It's just a big honor to be able to get to compete against all the best players in your state and the surrounding states. So good luck to you guys. I hope you all play well.
Congratulations to the players at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Congratulations to all the players that are competing in the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Good luck to all the participants coming up this year. I'm personally very proud of the Texas Junior. State Junior was big in my days. It's got a great legacy. Keep it going, and congratulations, and y'all play hard for that trophy.
Hey guys, Jordan Spieth here. Just wanted to congratulate you on playing. Good luck this week. It's 100 years of champions. You're the future. Can't wait to see what you guys do.
Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by the Texas Junior Golf Alliance, a partnership between the Texas Golf Association and the Northern and Southern Texas PGA sections. Together, the Junior Golf Alliance provides a pathway for junior golfers through the Srixon Prestige Tour, the NTPGA All-American Tour, and the Legends Junior Tour, where they have the opportunity to compete, develop, and discover just how far the game can take them. The future starts here. Our thanks to Stonebriar Country Club, proud host of the 100 Texas Junior Amateur Championship presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops. With 36 holes of championship golf, outstanding hospitality, and a commitment to exceptional member experiences, Stonebriar has provided a first-class stage for one of Texas golf's most historic events. Whether you're looking for your next golf home or a place for your regular foursome, Stonebriar Country Club is well worth a visit. Once again, congratulations to this year's champion, Caden Frierson, who made two massive putts from 15-plus feet on the par 4 14th and then 16, the par 5, and there's the celebration on 18. And a weight lifted off of Frierson's shoulders, who began the final round, as we mentioned, Kevin, 2 shots back. And he fires a final round 2 under par 70 to get it done today.
Yeah, told you he's an emotional player. He obviously showed that with his fist pumps, and deservingly so with those 2 birdies and even that par on 18 and getting that in there and just getting in the house with the score.
And the Austin, Texas native etches his name, as we mentioned, in Texas junior golf history. And we are awaiting the setup of the trophy ceremony that will be presented to Caden Frierson here momentarily. We'd also like to say congratulations to Lois Lee, who won the girls' championship over on the Fazio course. If you weren't with us earlier today, on the Championship Golf Network. Incredible showing by Lois Lee. 3 rounds. She finishes the tournament 9 under par. Just wins the girls 15-18 championship in dominating fashion, and also etches her name in Texas junior golf history. And what an incredible week. What an incredible event. Great weather. And these players, they had to deal with a little bit of everything. You had the temperatures in the upper 90s. You had the 10 to 20 mile an hour wind gust. Incredible golf on display.
Yep, Kendall, you hit the nail on the head there. Obviously, June and into July in Texas, you expect the hot temperatures. The winds are definitely a thing here in North Texas, so battling those and surviving those is key there. But a big kudos to Stonebriar for all they did in helping host this, to partner with the Legends Junior Tour of the Texas Golf Association. A big kudos to all the players that made it into the 100th Texas Junior Amateur. And then, a big thank you to all the past champions and all the people that were involved in making this a special thing for these players and for the people at Stonebriar and all around, and those that are tuning in and listening.
Yeah, and I think, we can't thank the sponsors enough for this event. I know that you and I were talking about those sponsors, Edwin Watts Golf Shops as well. Talk about their relationships as well. I know they've been with the TXGA for a while.
Yeah, Edwin Watts Golf Shops has been with this event for the last 2 years. Big supporters of junior golf, just like we are here at the Texas Golf Association. Obviously, when you talk about the future of golf, you talk about juniors and getting people not only competing, but just playing and enjoying the game. That's the goal there.
And Hytera, who provides communication devices, well, that was a big one this week with all the volunteers and the rules officials. I know they're a big partnership with you guys as well.
Absolutely. We couldn't do what we do without the communication tools that Hytera US provides for us.
And then the PGA sections, of course, a part of that Junior Golf Alliance and all they do for the state of Texas. And this, one of the most prestigious events in junior golf. And Caden Frierson gets it done 4 under par through 3 rounds, and a final round 2 under par 70. With that, we will get started on the trophy ceremony here at Stonebriar Country Club.
All of our players, our parents, coaches, our volunteers, our rules officials, and the fans of golf for being with us through this incredible week. As the tournament director, I've had the privilege to watch this championship come together over the last several months, and I can honestly say it's exceeded every expectation that we had coming in. From the level of competition, the sportsmanship displayed by all these fine young men, it's been an unforgettable week, a fitting celebration, and a great way to celebrate 100 years of championship golf in Texas. Before we recognize our champions, I'd like to introduce several special guests who are joining us today. First off, our fearless leader, our executive director of the Texas Golf Association, Stacy Dennis. We're also blessed to have the senior director of athlete and program development for the United States National Development Program, Dr. Beth Brown. Joining us all week as well, the executive director of the Texas Golf Hall of Fame, Allie Jarrett. And one of the best people on the planet, World Golf Hall of Fame member and head coach of the upcoming Team Texas, Sandra Haney. I'd also like to call up, he's only going to be representing one of, I would say, an army of people that we'd like to thank. But if we get Brian Whitmer, our head golf professional here at Stonebriar, to come up and stand here with us. Before we go any further, I do want to take a minute to thank our title sponsor, Edwin Watts Golf Shops. This is the second year they've supported this tournament, and I know we had a lot of additions this year that you're maybe not used to seeing, and most of that was due to the help and the support that we got from our sponsors. And Edwin Watts was a really big part of that. So let's hear it for Edwin Watts Golf. Their partnership truly helped us elevate the experience for every player that competed this week, and an important role in making this championship as special as it was. Also, I'd like to take a minute, one touch that we've added to this event the last 2 years that has really set it apart. We'd like to recognize Championship Golf Network for their help in bringing this broadcast together. I'm not sure all you kids know, but there's something called YouTube. And if you go on there and search CGN, you'll be able to watch a lot of really good golf that was played today. I've got a crew. A lot of them are here. A lot of them are still working. But if I can get all my LJT guys to raise their hand, thank you for all your help. Been 4 or 5 really long days, but we love doing it, and we do it again next week if we had to. Hosting this championship takes an incredible commitment from the golf course maintenance staff who prepared the course, to the golf operations staff that was here at 4 in the morning to pull all the golf carts out. We could not have done this without a host club that really wanted to be a part of this special event. And Stonebriar Country Club signed on for this event 2 years ago, and we've been working with them ever since. And again, Brian, thank you. Your staff has been phenomenal from top to bottom. We do have a thank you appreciation plaque we'd like to present you. Brian, thank you. Please let your staff know how gracious we are. We do have some executive committee members from the Texas Golf Association today. Do we still have Paul Marchand? Paul was working all day, starting and rules official. We do have Mr. Lee Sandlin, past president of the Texas Golf Association. And now it's my pleasure to represent the current president of the Texas Golf Association, Mr. Rick Turner.
Thank you, Scott. Great job this week by you and your team. This is amazing. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Before we present today's awards, I'd like to take just a few moments to reflect on what we've all had a privilege to witness this week. 100 years ago, Texas held the very first Texas Junior Amateur Championship. I'm going to let that sink in. 100 years ago. Since then, generations of young golfers have walked these fairways across our state, chasing the same dream. Many of the game's greatest players, including Ben Crenshaw, Angela Stanford, Jordan Spieth, and so many others, once stood exactly where our finalists are standing today. This championship has really never been about winning a trophy. It's about learning to compete with integrity, building lifelong friendships, and preparing young people for success, both on and off the golf course. Looking around this week, I'd say the future of golf in Texas is in very good hands. That future is made possible through partnerships that the TGA has developed. On behalf of the Texas Golf Association, I'd like to recognize the incredible work of the Texas Junior Golf Alliance. Together with the Texas Golf Association, the Northern Texas PGA, and the Southern Texas PGA, all are committed to creating opportunities for junior golfers across our state. And this championship represents the very best of what that partnership can accomplish. And now, on a personal note, I'd like to personally thank the many TGA volunteers who gave their time throughout this week, traveled here from all over the state, whether serving as rules officials, starters, scorers, spotters, countless other roles this week. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to recognize our players. First and fifth place will be Braden Barrett from Farmers Branch with a score of 216, level par. In fourth place this week, Deccan Dent from Grapevine, score of 215 at 1 under par. In a tie for second place, both shooting a score of 214 at 2 under par, Audie Farmer from Selma. Would you come up, please?
Congratulations. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, thank you.
Also a tie for second, Isaiah Diaz from Del Rio. And our state champion this year for the 100th Texas Junior Amateur, Caden Frierson. A score of 212 at 4 under par. All of our champions will receive Team Texas points toward qualification for our inaugural Team Texas roster next year. And also, Caden, are you exempt for the U.S. Junior yet? You are now. That'll be held July 20th through 25th at Saucon Valley Country Club in Pennsylvania. So I'll actually be there, but we'll all tune in and wish you well. Something, Caden? No.
Well, you know, this course played pretty hard. I mean, I think Scott and his crew did a really wonderful job day in, day out with this tournament, so we can get one more round of applause for them. You know, I've won an invitational before, haven't won an open, but now we've won a major, so the only next step is to win an open and complete the trifecta, as I would call it. But I'm really just proud of the work I've put in, and you know, it's sacrifice. There's a lot of sacrifice involved with winning a golf tournament or whatever it may be. Golfers are always given sacrifices. I really want to thank my grandparents. They do a lot for me, bring me to tournaments, sacrifice their money. You know, don't know how I'm going to play, but they put up their money for it, so really thankful for them. All my friends that are out here to support me means a lot. The Texas Golf Association, what a wonderful, well-run tournament once again. I'm proud to be your 100th Texas Junior Amateur Champion. You sure didn't want to talk more?
At this time, I'd like to invite all of the award recipients with their award to come back up for a group picture if you could. Let's give our champions another round of applause. Finally, before we conclude, I'd love to invite you all to attend next year as we begin the next century of golf in this great state of Texas. So the 101st Texas Junior Amateur Championship will be held June 28th through the 30th at the clubs of Kingwood in Humboldt, Texas, just northeast of Houston. Thank you to all the players, families, volunteers, officials, and supporters for making this historic week so special. And congratulations again to all of our champions. And safe travels home for everyone. We haven't done our job. We know where you're at. Thank you.
If I could give any advice to the next generation of Texas junior golfers, I would say play as much as you can. I mean, it's important to practice and you know, you need to hit balls and chip and putt, but you need to play in tournaments, whether it's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, play on your local level, play on your state level, and then, you know, you can play on the national level, but definitely play in tournaments. You need that competition.
Enjoy this journey. You're at the beginning of what could be an amazing lifetime of golf, whether that lifetime takes you to a professional player, a teacher, a coach, or just somebody who plays on the weekends with friends. What an amazing journey you're on, and we're really glad to have you as part of our game.
This is the biggest event in the state, and that means it's been deemed in the minds of the participants as one of their majors.
Good luck to everybody this week, and I would just encourage y'all to obviously compete to the best of your ability, but give yourself some grace as well.
Congratulations to the players competing in the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Good luck to you guys. It's just a big honor to be able to get to compete against all the best players in your state and the surrounding states. So good luck to you guys. I hope you all play well.
Congratulations to the players at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur.
Bobby G down here on the 18th tee with this year's winner, Caden Firestone. How are you?
Good, I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. It was a pleasure to watch you. Congratulations. I got to watch you most of the back nine, and I got to tell you, you played some incredibly emotional golf. And I just resonate so well with how you played, and dropping those long birdie putts on the back nine to really stay in it was just so clutch. Tell me what was going through your head on those 2 birdie putts.
You know, really this week I focused on speed control a lot. You know, I went to this putting green over here, and it was a lot faster than the other putting green, the main putting green, and so I kind of threw my speed control off the first round, but we got it back, and you know, standing over those 2 birdie putts, you know, if I just gave it a chance, hit it on line, and they went in, I'd have a good chance coming down the stretch to win.
Yeah, talk a little bit about the dungeon today, which is known for those really, really tough 3 holes. Yeah. You know, you were playing great all day, and then you go under, you know, see that tunnel, and you go through. Anything, you know, going on in your head that you were thinking about, what I want to do, just 3 pars and I'll just move on from there, or were you still trying to keep the pedal down, or what was going through your head?
Well, you kind of always got to try to keep the pedal down, but you also, like, you got to protect the lead at some extent. But, I mean, it was just survive. Get out there alive, you know, with bogeying the 13th, and I birdied the 14th, dropping a long putt, and then, you know, 15. It was kind of up and down. That was a dicey little chip we had, and we up and down, so it was good. Made it out there, went to 16, made birdie, and then parred the last 2 holes.
Yeah, I was standing next to you on 15, and I remember coming up to you and saying, "Man, you got good hands." That was a really short-sided, really tough. I mean, downhill, and it was fast, and it almost went in. It was tracking the whole way.
It was.
Yeah. So, just curious as to. You had mentioned like trying to hold on to lead. What do you do on the course to like not look at the leaderboard too much, or do you not? Can you walk us through your process and how you go about that, please?
I gotta know where I am at all times. I'm a big leaderboard checker. You know, it doesn't it will, you know, from down by 1 coming into 18, I might play a little more aggressive than I normally would. But I checked my phone when I was over the 3rd shot. I got up to my 3rd shot and saw I had a 2-shot lead. So I just said, you know, just put her on the green. You know, if we 3-putt, we still win. But we put it really close, and unfortunately missed the birdie putt, but we still tapped in for par. And
you did. You know, I don't know if you knew, but you guys almost hit at the same time on 18 on your approach.
No, I was in my own.
Oh, you were, because he had and the balls landed like within seconds of each other on the green. There were 2 balls all of a sudden within 10 feet, and we're like, wow, I think there was a disconnect on that. But it was really exciting finishing hole. Loved watching you. One last question about, I know you have a lot of friends out here. What was the competition like, both within your group and other friends that you had playing today?
You know, this is a major. Majors are top tier in this organization, and you know, playing in a major final group, it's a lot of competition. You know, I think we have one of the best fields in America when it comes to state golf association majors, and it's a lot of competition, and I'm blessed to be able to win.
All right, well, it's a pleasure meeting you. Yes. Look forward to the journey and watching you win again. Yes. And got this great picture of you behind. We got in the interview, so all your friends and social media will enjoy seeing that. And good luck to you down the road.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Big congratulations to Caden Frierson, the Austin, Texas native, as he finishes 4 under par through 3 days of work, 74-68, and a final round 2 under par, 70. And how about Lois Lee on the Fazio course in the girls division today, firing 9 under through 3 days, an incredible under par final round as well. And they etched their name in Texas junior golf history here at Stonebriar Country Club, the Fazio and Dye courses at the 100th Texas Junior Amateur Championship presented by Edwin Watts Golf Shops. And last but not least, let's thank all of our sponsors: the Texas Golf Association, Hyterra USA, Northern Texas PGA, Southern Texas PGA, and of course all of our volunteers and our rules officials as well. The Legends Junior Tour, what an incredible event here at Stonebriar Country Club. And last but not least, our Championship Golf Network crew, bringing you final round coverage today from Frisco, Texas. Lois Lee, Caden Frierson, history made for Kendall Lewis, Kevin Porter, Bobby Goldstein, who was on course. We say so long from Frisco, Texas, and the Texas Junior Amateur